I don't know if Lana Del Rey. There
Okay,
again.
we've got a
Where's
couple Lana
Beyonce,
Del
guys?
Reys.
No Beyonce.
That's a good point.
That's
And
another
to me,
good one.
you want to know someone that would be on my Mount Rushmore that hasn't been named once? Lady Gaga.
Oh, yeah.
That's another great one.
Come
Somebody else
on.
disagreed with that one.
How about Celine Dion?
Celine Dion, right?
Come on, guys. And
Cher. Oh.
Cher, Garth
Yeah.
Brooks.
Ray
Now
Charles
they
was
start
there.
flowing.
Oh,
So there
yeah.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Good morning. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. Developing in the Atlantic Ocean, Tropical Storm Dolly. The U.S. Hurricane Center in Miami says it will begin issuing advisories about this developing storm, which is now the fourth named storm of the 2026 hurricane season. And joining us to talk about this breaking meteorological news is Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. Brooks, what's going on out there?
Good morning. Yeah, so here we are with a new tropical storm, the fourth named system of the season. And ironically, this comes just 2 days after the death of Dolly Parton. And a lot of folks are thinking this has got to be more than a coincidence. But in this case, the name Dolly has been in the works since 1953, being rotated every 6 years in the hurricane names. It just so happened to come up this year and be the fourth named storm. And here we are with the fourth named storm. So pretty wild. But let's get right to the weather map. This is out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. So at this moment, it's not threatening anybody, but it is tracking toward the west, where it could threaten the Windward and Leeward Islands as soon as early next week. Now, the system has shown organization through the morning, where it went from kind of an amorphous blob to something that's actually rotating. And based on the satellite imagery, it's been determined that it has winds estimated at about 40 miles per hour, which would place it firmly as a tropical storm. So it essentially skipped the tropical depression stage. This is located, as I mentioned, way out in the Atlantic. This is very, very far out in the Atlantic. It's moving west at 25 miles per hour, though. So given enough time, it will make its way toward the islands. And the forecast cone takes it into the islands early next week. I mean, we're talking about this weekend, like Saturday, making an approach to the U.S. and British Virgin Islands and Anguilla before making its way towards, say, St. Croix and then Puerto Rico, if it holds together. Now, this track is obviously coming in the direction of Florida, so we're going to watch it carefully, as we always would. But this is also a forecast that may be very optimistic as far as the forecast strength. A lot of the computer models weaken this entirely, actually dissipating it before it even reaches those islands. So folks in the islands are watching this with caution. It looks like, for the most part, this will be a big rainmaker for the northern islands. It's not so much of a big wind maker. There's a lot of wind shear that's going to essentially kind of tear this thing apart. But it is moving, and if it holds together, if it can make it through a region of wind shear where those islands are and then push past Puerto Rico, you know, we may be looking at a tropical storm approaching the Turks and Caicos and Bahamas for the middle of next week. That said, this is a wall of wind shear fueled by El Nino conditions in the Pacific. So it's unusual to have this intensity and persistence of wind shear in the Atlantic at this point in the year. We're only a couple of weeks away from the hurricane season, and typically we see the Saharan dust tamping down as well as the wind shear. So you have this like tepid, hot ocean with no wind shear, nothing to stop these, which is why you get so many hurricanes this time of the year. So this, as it approaches that wall of wind shear, should lose a lot of its characteristics, so essentially getting sheared apart. Now, the islands do need a lot of rain. They're in a drought just like we have been. And so the idea of some tropical moisture is not a bad thing. Obviously, nobody wants to have a tropical storm or a hurricane because of the damages and the interruptions, but it's life in the islands. It happens. Dolly is the name. Here it is, the big yellow letters there, number 4 Dolly. Following Dolly would be Edouard, by the way, but it's just incredible to consider the timing. It's uncanny, really, with the recent departure of the national treasure of Dolly Parton. Now, the systems moving west, the spaghetti models are in agreement. There's a consensus that it is going to push west. Those colors, by the way, are not strength colors. They're timing colors. So red is day 0 to 1, orange is day 1 to 3, and then looking ahead toward the weekend, day 3 to 5 is yellow, and then beyond that is white. Now, if the remnants of this thing track toward Hispaniola, where Haiti and the Dominican Republic is located, they could see some flash flooding, but that would largely help to tear this thing apart further diminishing it. Now, if it takes a northern track and it keeps itself together, we'll have to watch it very carefully. But I can't reiterate enough that there is massive uncertainty as far as the future of this thing beyond Saturday. And most of our reliable global computer models are not only indicating an incredible amount of uncertainty as to its track, but almost all of them are saying this thing's going to fall apart and dissipate. So that's why when the National Hurricane Center issued the forecast cone showing it maintaining tropical storm strength past the Virgin Islands, definitely was eyebrow raising. And it may be a very optimistic forecast, like as an abundance of caution. In other words, if you're in the island, prepare for a tropical storm, but maybe we won't get one. Now, we're going to watch that energy from Dolly. This is the European model. You see that blob on the right of bright green, almost minty colored, and you can see the swirl? That would be a possible forecast track that would, in this case, keep it east of the Turks and Caicos and the Bahamas and curve it out to sea. So that's the thing. I mean, the chance of us catching direct impacts from this are minimal at best at this point. So it's more of a meteorological interest, less of a meteorological danger for Florida at this point. We may get some rip currents out of it at worst, but of course, if that changes, we'll let you know. I mean, we watch these very carefully. That's what we do. This is the heart of the hurricane season, and we always have to prepare for the worst. But crossing fingers, this one stays away from us. That said, we're catching some rain. The other part of the weather story is all the rain. We've had such big thunderstorms over the last day. Yesterday, a widespread 2 to 5 inches of rain falling across the I-4 region from Daytona all the way through the attractions. Areas that hadn't had much rain getting soaked, and today, much the same. Now, with a westerly flow, it is common that you get rain coming in off the Gulf, impacting the Nature Coast as well as the Big Bend. That's exactly what's happening right now. Now, as the afternoon progresses, we're going to see our blue skies, this beautiful shot from Daytona, replaced with stormy skies. So if you have any plans after 3 o'clock, have your head on a swivel. And if you're at the beach, get ready to make your way back to the car, because these storms will not hang back west of 95 as they often do. They're going to make a rush for the beach, leaving you in danger with lightning. Beautiful shot from the beach, though. That water looks absolutely gorgeous. Here's a look at future clouds and radar. At 2 o'clock, we'll start to see storms popping, and then by 4, it looks like a pretty good line of them may set up around Brevard County from Cocoa Beach to Melbourne. And then as we head toward 5 or 6 commute time, we're going to have the Atlantic sea breeze make its way inland, and that'll likely result in a collision zone with numerous storms popping from Daytona to New Smyrna, south and west through Orlando. And a couple of these could be severe with damaging wind gusts. So that's going to be a problem for some areas. We'll have some severe thunderstorm warnings. Also, lightning. Lots of lightning will be occurring in these storms. Finally, after 10 o'clock, the storms will dissipate. And then all eyes will go to the sky. Why is that? Well, not because of the clouds, but because of the eclipse. We've got a lunar eclipse tonight, and this is the last lunar eclipse until June of 2029. So it's years away. I mean, yeah, it's 2026. So we're inside of 5 years for the next one. That sounded dramatic, but it's like back in the 90s, the year 2000 sounded like the future, but it's sort of like 2029 does. But anyway, I digress. This is a partial lunar eclipse. It's not total, but it's going to look blood red as 93% of the lunar surface is covered by Earth's shadow. You don't need protective gear to look at it. You don't have to worry about UV radiation. You're looking at a shadow projected onto a surface. This peaks, by the way, at 12:12 a.m. So it's a tonight thing, and that's why we're hoping the clouds clear away so you can get a look at the celestial show. It's the full sturgeon moon, but starting around 10:30, 10:45, you'll notice there's little bits eaten out of the moon, like a caterpillar taking a chunk out of the moon. And then by the time we head toward the peak of the eclipse, it'll shift from a dark gray to almost a bloody red, like a blood moon. And then it will essentially start losing that shade and then come back to normal after 1:55 a.m. So yeah, literally the sun projects the Earth's shadow onto the moon. And the reason it's red is because it's actually projecting Earth's sunrises and sunsets. Every sunrise and sunset on Earth at that moment is being projected onto the moon. That's why it's red. Just like when you look at the sky at sunset and it's red, it's refracted sunlight that's getting projected onto the moon. Well, right now temperatures are hot already. It's pushing 90 degrees. We're going to be up into the mid-90s today, and that's what's going to get the atmosphere stirring and get the storms popping. Look for about 93 to 94 in the Orlando area. All right, let's talk 7-day forecast. Our rain chances are actually only going up from here. Because we had so much rain yesterday, it's quite common for the atmosphere to stabilize enough that on day 2, which is today, we see considerably less rain. And that's exactly what may happen this afternoon. We're still going to get some pockets of really heavy rain, but it may not be as intense and widespread as what we saw. This is a look at the rainfall over the last 24 hours with the yellows and the reds indicating the totals of between 2 and 6 inches. I think today we're still going to see some totals around 3 or 4 inches in spots, but it won't be as widespread. That said, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday, it could become widespread yet again. And one of the biggest threats is going to be lightning. That's going to be a huge threat. We saw it yesterday, certainly, with what's considered excessive and super dangerous cloud ground lightning in parts of Seminole County. And with the way that the atmosphere is set up right now, we could certainly see a return to those conditions. Hard to believe, by the way, September 1st is coming our way as we get into early next week. So we're already there. But Hayden, for right now, all eyes on Tropical Storm Dolly. Another look at the cone here as we have the latest breaking meteorological news that this thing has now been declared a tropical storm and it's heading toward the islands. But again, I would be, at this point, based on the computer models, pretty surprised if it maintained tropical storm strength and actually made landfall on those islands. I think it'll probably be a depression or the remnants of by the time it gets there.
And that's good news for us here in Florida, especially. Yeah. I don't think anyone wants to deal with a tropical storm or a hurricane at this moment. It is hurricane season. It's something we need to be prepared for, but always good to know it'll miss us.
Well, the thing about Florida weather is that when you consider our annual water table, how much water we get every year, our annual rainfall, part of that is part of that calculus is if we get a tropical storm or a hurricane. And last year we did not. First time in several years we didn't have anything landfalling, and actually that helped us slide into a drought because we didn't get that push of really heavy rain. So if we do catch some remnants from this thing, that would be the most ideal situation where we get a good soaking, hopefully not flooding, but that would help make up for a lot of the deficits. But yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, nobody wants the headache of a hurricane. But Florida has a complicated relationship with tropical systems because before people were here, it's just part of the ecosystem, right? It's totally normal. But now that we have such coastal exposure with 70% of Floridians living within 5 miles of the coast, if you have a hurricane coming, it's bad news.
Now I have to ask you, Brooks, are you going to stay up for the lunar eclipse tonight?
No, I will not. Well, doing Good Day Orlando on Fox 35 tomorrow morning. The morning shift folks get up about 2, 3 o'clock at the latest. And so staying up till midnight would be no sleep. And I've seen many a lunar eclipse in my day, and I'll just see the video of it on the news the next morning.
And maybe in 2029, you'll get to watch that one in the sky.
Maybe I'll take the day off that day. Yeah, June of 29. But, you know, if you miss the one in June of 2029, there's a second one in December of 2029. And both of them are total lunar eclipses. So this is a partial. It'll still be neat, but the total ones are even redder. The moon looks like it's like filtered by like a bright red filter. It's pretty neat to see. Anyway, if you've never seen one, be sure to take a look tonight.
Well, thank you, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. We really appreciate you.
You got it. Thanks, Hayden.
We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we'll have an interview with David and Ashley Eckstein about their joint book release. We can't wait to see you then.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. We have some incredible guests in the studio here today. David and Ashley Eckstein, the former World Series MVP, the voice actor and fashion designer of Her Universe, here to talk about a very exciting book release. Here are David and Ashley Eckstein. Thank you so much for joining us today in the studio.
Oh, thank you so much for having us, Hayden.
I am so excited to talk to you guys about this project. As we talked about just before the break, I love to read. So any book release is automatically on my radar, especially I love sports. I love romance novels. Let's just jump into it. I have so many questions. So this is two distinct complementary projects together. Ashley, your fiction romance novel, if you want to show off this beautiful cover here. Lucky 22, co-written with Samantha Chase. Look at those beautiful spine sprayed edges. So gorgeous. And David, your memoir, Just Enough.
Yes.
Another stunning cover here. Looks just like a Sports Illustrated cover. And the sprayed edges look just like an autograph. So it's like everyone has their own signed book.
Yes.
I think that is incredible. And yours is co-written with Jake Gronsky.
Yes.
So how did you two decide to publish these as tandem his and hers set rather than separate releases?
Well, okay, it started out as a crazy idea, but you know what? You don't get if you don't ask. And so what happened was his book has been in the works for 15 years. You know, from the day he retired, I told him, I said, David, you have to share your story. And, you know, you had never shared it.
Most of the stories I have within the book, yes, I have not told the full details of what actually happened, the roller coasters of how I actually eventually was able to even make it. And so it was something that, you know, a lot of fans have always asked, like, oh, how did this little kid, you know, no power, no speed, and make it to the big leagues? And so basically, I go in depth into stories that throughout when I was young, a mentality that was built inside of me to fight and overcome any odds that was placed in front of me.
Yeah, everyone always said he was just enough, and they meant it as like a backhanded compliment. But you have to be just enough to win 2 World Series, an All-Star. So we owned the phrase just enough. So, but David and I, you know, we like to do everything together. And how we met and fell in love is a chapter in David's book. And I had a feeling people are going to want to know more, but it doesn't belong to be, you know, multiple chapters in his book. So I went to our publisher and I said, maybe this is crazy. And I said, but what if we take the chapter of how David and I met and turn it into a romance novel? Because our publisher is known for romance novels. And so it's closed door. It is very, you know, wholesome. It's like Hallmark movie. But it's fictionalized, but it's about 90% true. So it's inspired by how we met and fell in love, and it is inspired by our true story.
I love that. And so let's talk a little bit, Ashley, about how Lucky 22 kind of draws inspiration from your real life story. A chance encounter at an MLB stadium led to this beautiful romance that is enduring today. That is incredible, by the way. How did it feel taking that real life foundation of your relationship and spinning it into a romance novel that you said is 90% true?
Yeah, well, it was a real collaboration with Samantha Chase. So Samantha Chase is a very accomplished romance author. You know, 2 of her books have been turned into Hallmark movies. And so we didn't know each other. And we met for 2 days and we hit it off. And I just told her our whole story. And she said, you know, this isn't necessarily going to be a traditional romance, but I love it. And so we actually fall in love and get married really early on in the book. And what you see is how our romance lasted, how our relationship lasted. We've been married now 20 years, and it's because we're a team. We put each other first. And so we show you, or I show you behind the scenes of like the ups and the downs, the hard times, and how we continue to choose each other and show up for each other. So I don't know, it's not your traditional like romance where, you know, it takes a whole book and then they get married at the end and live happily ever after. No, we take you behind the scenes of like a long portion of our relationship.
And I think that's so unique because you're right. Most romance books kind of follow that formula of the meet cute, goes through the start of the relationship. Maybe there's a 3rd act fallout. And then at the end, they finally get together. But I love that it focuses on the life after that. That's so unique.
Yes, I'm a big advocate for mental health. And, you know, we talked a lot about what was the drama going to be. And because even though it's fiction, since it is based on our life, I didn't want to make stuff up and have people think like it was true. So I said, look, we have enough drama that we don't have to make it up. So I just shared with her everything that we went through. And I said, look, the drama is that I was breaking. Like, I didn't know if I could continue to have a career and be an actress and be a baseball wife, be there for my husband, travel all over. I mean, I was literally bursting at the seams. And we talk about loneliness. We talk about mental health. Like, it is all in there.
See, to me, as we talked a lot, I'm a reader, that is so appealing because, again, it's unique, it's honest, it's something that a lot of readers probably can relate to, especially those who love those types of novels.
I tried to make it very real and very authentic.
And I think it sounds like that's going to show in the pages. So I'm excited to read it. I'll be picking up a copy. Now, David, I want to talk a little bit about Just Enough.
Yes.
This year marks the 20th anniversary of your 2006 World Series MVP win. That's so exciting. Looking back while writing this book, what made this the right moment to share the story of your life, family challenges, resilience, all of that, not just within baseball, but beyond it as well?
Right. No, it was definitely a process, as Ashley said, you know, in the sense of, you know, when we were going to release this. And during the time that we were writing it, was actually trying to find the right writer. That was probably the most difficult part. And it just happened to be Jake was actually a former minor leaguer for the St. Louis Cardinal. I was his favorite player. And what he got about my family was he knew my story. And when once we found out he knew my story, we brought him down here for like 2 weeks. He met the entire family. But in that process, my dad passed away. And when my dad passed away, it kind of put the book on hold a little bit because, you know, some of the stuff early on in the book, it's very difficult for my mom to read because we go through a lot of the family struggles within the kidney disease and everything that we put in here. So that's when it put on. And it was actually Ashley goes, Mama, you need to pick up this book. We have the 20th anniversary coming up and we need to get this out. It's a perfect timing to be able to tell this story.
And I could see this story is going to help so many people. You do not have to know anything about baseball to be inspired by Just Enough. Baseball is just a part of it. It's about family. It's about faith in yourself, and believing that you are just enough in anything that you want to do. And so I said, you know what? This is how we're going to honor your dad. This is how we're going to honor the family. And it's the 20th anniversary of the Cardinals winning the World Series, and we got to release it.
And I think that's such a special way to honor all of those things you just mentioned. And you're right. People don't need to know about baseball to know the honest truth of being a human, being a person.
Yes.
And I think, yeah, absolutely. That sounds very relatable. I know that I've felt unmoored in life before. It's something that we all feel as humans, no matter what our career is. So I think there's going to be a lot for people to relate to within those pages. And Ashley, I wanted to kind of talk a little bit more about genres in fiction, because while yours is a memoir, yours is kind of rooted in that fictional world. And you spent years in sci-fi and fandom spaces with Star Wars and her universe. What was the experience like for you, kind of stepping into this contemporary romance world after world building in sci-fi for so long?
Well, it was really interesting because it was very personal. It is our life. And even though it's fiction, like I said, people are just going to assume that it's true. And so, you know, I'm so used to playing an alien from outer space. And now it's like, oh my gosh, we're taking them inside, you know, our home and telling these stories. But I loved it. Like I said, I'm a big advocate for mental health, and I've seen how we're all just human. We all just want to be seen. And as much as we can take the filter off and just be truthful and say, this is what it's really like, this is what's really going on, that's how we can connect with one another. And so I had fun. I had a lot of fun doing this. You know, it'll be interesting because a lot of my fans are Star Wars fans and Disney fans. There's so many Star Wars and Disney Easter eggs in here, I can't even begin to tell you. And Star Wars fans, they're gonna know. They're gonna know. And especially, I take fans through me becoming the voice of Ahsoka Tano in Star Wars. That's all in here. And so I think Star Wars fans, whether they're into romance or not, they're going to be like, oh my gosh, I'm so into this. I'm finding out stuff I never knew.
I mean, I'm a Star Wars fan who's into romance novels, so you're just listing off things that sound amazing to me. Now, we talked a little bit different genres, memoir, fiction. And David, you were working on your personal memoir. Yours, while being fiction, you said is still pretty personal. Did your writing processes ever cross paths with each other? Did you read an early draft of each other's work or talk a little bit about it? You're laughing.
So we worked together
on mine. And
you say your process with Jake.
yes, my process with Jake was very hand in hand. Like, we went over every single chapter. I worked with him on basically every single thing that went into the book multiple times. There has been many drafts. And so until we got it right, and even pulling in my mom, my family, so that everything was right to the story. And then Ashley came in.
After they were happy with it, and I read it, and I mean, I thought it was amazing, but I did have one big gripe.
Okay.
And I said, your mom does not have the big enough parts. I'm like, you are a success in equal parts because of your dad and your mom. And I said, you have your dad's discipline and your mom's discipline, but I said, you have your mom's heart. And I said, this book is missing your mom. And I said, you go back to the drawing board. And so we both worked on
Yes.
that. But also, I will say, Jake is a brilliant writer. This is actually his first book. But our parts about how we met and fell in love, I might have rewritten.
Yeah, someone took a little bit of control on that one.
That is so, I love that. I think that's so sweet. I really do. Oh my goodness. David, you mentioned a lot of the core values that kind of define your memoir. And what I want to know, Ashley, are these faith, timing, perseverance, do you guys feel that those values kind of bridge the books together, or they're present in both?
They're definitely present in both. That's one thing. We hit it off. I mean, it really was practically love at first sight. By the second date, we didn't tell each other, but we knew this was it. And we share the same values, which are very Disney. They're very, always having hope, always believing in yourself, believing in your dreams, having faith. And again, we have, Christian faith, but it's also faith in yourself. It doesn't matter what your faith is in. You just have to have faith in something. Faith in the universe, faith in whatever it is. Have that faith that the best is yet to come. That you can achieve your dreams. That even though today might be your worst day ever, tomorrow could be your best day ever. And that's how you played the game.
Right, and you never know. And I mean, one of the stories in the book, I was designated for assignment for the Boston Red Sox. At that time, it looked like it was devastating to me. Who would have known, 5 years later, that was probably the greatest gift they could have given me. So that's one of the stories in the book. So you just never know, and you always have to keep that hope and keep that faith in yourself and to keep going.
And is that what you hope that readers take away from reading these projects? Or are there other things that you hope people take away when they close that book? Is there anything that you want them to think or be left with, aside from what we just discussed?
My mom is a part of Lucky 22. And when I first met David, this doesn't give too much away. He had an injury, and he had to go to Phoenix to their spring training facility to rehab his injury. And he was going to be gone for a month. And, when you're first starting a relationship, that could be detrimental. And he invited me to come visit him, but I'm like, this is crazy. I just met this guy, and I'm going to fly to another state. And my mom, who is kind of your typical Southern mama, I call her up and I'm crying, and I'm like, Mom, he's leaving. And she goes, Ashley, you go get on that plane, because sometimes you got to go claim what's yours. And so that's a theme with mine, is sometimes you just have to go claim what's yours. And that could be the love of your life. That could be your dream. But why not you? Why not us? And so I did. I booked a flight, and I went, and I visited him in Phoenix, and it actually was a pivotal turning point in our relationship. But I owe it to my mom. So go claim what's yours.
Yeah.
I think that is an amazing sentiment. Well, so you guys are going on a tour. You have at the Writer's Block coming up soon, an event. Do you want to tell our viewers about that? I know you mentioned it on Good Day Orlando, but we have some new viewers here if you want to share that information with them as well.
Thank you. Well, so September 8th is the day that the books launch. Both books, you can pre-order them now, or you can get them where books are sold starting September 8th. But of course, we had to launch the books in our hometown. So we teamed up with the Writer's Block bookstore in Winter Park, and we're having an event at the Orlando Family Stage. But you do have to get a ticket. So tickets are still available. They're in the bios of our Instagram. And I think probably here online, but you can get tickets, and it's wonderful. A conversation is going to be moderated by our very own John Brown, and then all books will be signed, and we're going to be doing a meet and greet and photo op with fans.
That sounds like so much fun. I love the Writer's Block, so I am so excited for you guys to have this. Thank you so much for joining us to talk about these projects. We really appreciate your time. I know I'm excited to read these projects, and I'm sure everyone at home, just from the way that you guys talked about them, so passionate about these projects, I'm sure that bled through, and people are going to be really excited for these books.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. I want to take you live now to this Tampa City Council meeting where public comment is being spoken here about the Rays Stadium vote. If Tampa will vote today, Hillsborough County will vote tomorrow. Let's listen in to see what the conversation is like here in Tampa.
That level of development occur, and that the percentages increase for the CDD/Rays to incentivize them to actually build more square footage. Exhibit E provides that, it's noted on Exhibit E, and will be also, if we could please approve this, that money that the city gets. Now, again, we're going to share the money with the county, but our actual amount is higher because our taxes are higher, so we get more of that TIF. The money that comes in from the TIF will go to pay down the $80 million plus interest. So if I could summarize it, the money that's...
I have a quick point of order here.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
When you're talking about these particular portions, can you please have that portion on the Elmo or whatever it is? So, because I'm having a hard time following you when you're hopping back and forth. So if you could have it on the screen so that all of us, including the public, could follow along.
Sure.
It would be much better.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So this is, I'm going to say, I'll reiterate and take as much time as council wants and the public. I agree that we'll slow down. So this is basically the first aspect of what I talked about. This is where the requirement is, and the highlight is, by the way, the language I definitely want in this. But on little I, it's pretty straightforward. The city contribution amount will be paid following 4 annual installments. A, $20 million on January 1st of 2027. That's only if all the conditions that are in this agreement occur. So if they don't, that date, that would be put out. The highlight is the language that I believe is in the clerk's version, but I want to make sure it's there because it's a critical element to what the city has said all along, that the city will only pay for reimbursement of completed infrastructure. So that's what I talked about. And then down on little 4, you'll notice it says funds solely for public horizontal capital improvements. It's right here. That is a defined term, and that's basically infrastructure, okay? So that's the first aspect that I talked about. All right, and then let me pull up Exhibit E. Councilman, by the way, I've just been eating and drinking this stuff so long, so I apologize if I'm going too fast. Anyway, so here's that exhibit I've been talking about. So what's provided for is, this is basically assessed square footage. So between 0 and 350 million, the city and county receive of the increment 70%, the city and county. Now we actually, of our share, we get more because our tax level is higher. And the district, it says district, but it's the Rays, it's for the benefit of the Rays, would get 30%. The next tier is 50-50. The final tier, which is significant amount of development, is very high for the Rays. And let me say, I'm not pointing the finger, but I'm going to back up. Since the county was very much, involved and very much was putting a lot of the money in, the county was taking the lead on these negotiations with our involvement. But the reason for that third tier is really to incentivize the Rays to really go out there and build as much of that development that they've been talking about. So this is the basically the menu for this TIF sharing between the city and the county and the district. And I'll just say one of the things that we did Tuesday night is absolutely lock in so that there was no misunderstanding of how this was going to work. And you'll notice at the bottom, we said the city's increment share shall be used to repay the city contribution amount plus interest listed in that section here.
And that's just a little bit of insight there into that Tampa City Council meeting where they will be voting on the Rays Stadium. We wanted to change gears a little bit here and talk about space, as NASA is preparing for a monumental leap in astrophysics with the launch of the Nancy Grace Roman telescope aboard a SpaceX Falcon Heavy. It's designed as NASA's next flagship deep space observatory. Roman packs the razor-sharp vision of the Hubble Space Telescope, but pairs it with a field of view 100 times larger. So joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus, we do have Dr. Jason Rhodes, NASA JPL Roman project scientist. Dr. Rhodes, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thanks for having me.
So let's talk about this incredible telescope here. Roman, as we mentioned, uses a mirror the same size as the Hubble telescope, yet its field of view is 100 times larger. How does this wide field instrument capture such massive swaths of the sky without distorting image resolution right at the edges of that picture?
Well, the Roman telescope, as you mentioned, is the same size as Hubble, so that's going to give it the same resolution as Hubble. But it's designed explicitly to be a wide field telescope. That means over a very wide area, 100 times the area of Hubble, it has an optical system that gives very sharp images over that whole area. So whereas with Hubble, we're looking at small areas of the sky, at individual galaxies or small systems of galaxies, we'll be able to look at much larger areas of the sky with Roman to start to do statistical studies of millions or even billions of galaxies and stars in a way that we've never been able to do before.
NASA has mentioned that Roman will be acting as a finding chart, or like you said, a wide-angle lens for the James Webb Space Telescope. How do you expect to target cross-referencing to work between Roman, the James Webb Telescope, and ground-based facilities once operations begin?
Well, this is a great question. So one of the things that's interesting about Roman is it takes mostly infrared images, and to really understand systems that we see, we often want to have both infrared and visible images. That's the type of light that our eye sees, and we have a lot of telescopes on the ground that can take those visible images, like the Rubin telescope in Chile. And so Roman and Rubin are going to work together to look at the same areas of the sky, with Roman giving us that infrared vision that we can only get very well from space, and also the crystal sharp resolution that we need to be above the atmosphere to get. And both Roman and Rubin are going to take very wide images of the sky, huge swaths of the sky. And so one of the things that they'll do is they'll uncover unusual or strange objects that we haven't seen before. And those are the types of objects we want to follow up in more detail. And so we'll feed those objects into the James Webb Space Telescope, which is a larger space telescope and provides even more depth and resolution. And so Roman and Rubin can be the finding telescopes for these strange, unusual objects, and we'll follow them up to study them in great detail with Webb. So it's really a perfect combination.
And when you talk about these things that we haven't seen before, in addition to tracking how cosmic structures have evolved, what dark energy theories are you most excited or maybe even skeptical to test using these 3D maps?
Well, we've known about dark energy for about 30 years, and dark energy is the name we give to whatever is causing the accelerating expansion of the universe. The universe is expanding faster and faster over time. And for most of the last 30 years, we've thought that dark energy was sort of the simplest model, and we called it the cosmological constant. It wasn't changing over time. But last year, a couple of telescopes started to hint that dark energy itself may be changing over time. And if we want to study this in greater detail, Roman is really the perfect instrument to study this in greater detail. detail, because if something is changing over time, we want to look further back in time to see how it might have changed. And Roman is explicitly designed to look further back in time than other ground-based telescopes are. And so Roman is going to look further back in time with greater resolution and use multiple techniques to try to understand dark energy, which tells us about the expansion of the universe. So Roman is really this dark energy discovery machine that's coming at just the right time as we see hints of a time-evolving dark energy that me and some of my colleagues are very excited to explore.
And that does sound very exciting. And kind of in that same vein there, we mentioned searching further out here with that gravitational micro-lensing technology. What kinds of planetary systems or rogue free-floating planets, if any, do you expect this survey to reveal?
So one of the surveys we're going to do with Roman is we're going to stare at the center of our galaxy, which is very rich with stars. We're going to look at millions of stars over and over and over the course of weeks, taking images every 15 minutes. And we're going to wait for those stars to blink. And sometimes when those stars blink in a particular way, it tells us that there's a planet there. And this is a particularly exciting way to discover planets because it can show us planets that are very far from their star, or it can show us planets that are very small. And some of those blinking stars will be associated with a planet that's not even orbiting a star. That is a rogue planet. And initial studies tell us that there may be something like billions or even a trillion rogue planets in our galaxy. These are planets just careening through our galaxy, not connected to any star. We really want to understand these because how did they form? Were they formed around a star and then ejected from the star? Or were they formed not around a star? So using this microlensing technique is going to tell us both about small planets near stars, but also these rogue planets, which are a really interesting mystery in our galaxy.
I have to tell you, that sounds so exciting to think about all of the things we might learn from this new piece of technology. And my final question for you, Dr. Rhodes, is actually about the name of this telescope. It honors NASA's first chief astronomer, who played a central role in making Hubble a reality. In your opinion, how does the philosophy behind this mission reflect her vision for astronomy?
Well, Nancy Grace Roman became NASA's first chief astronomer way back in the 1950s, and she advocated for putting telescopes in space, that is, above the Earth's atmosphere. And she became known as the mother of Hubble. And so I think it's only fitting that she be honored with a telescope that's like Hubble, but really 1,000 times more powerful than Hubble. And we're really excited to honor her legacy with this telescope when we launch in a few days.
Dr. James Rhodes of NASA, JPL Roman project scientist, we really appreciate you joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. Earlier today in Jacksonville, Byron Donalds and his new running mate Brian Avila held a rally where Byron Donalds was actually introduced by former Florida House Speaker Paul Renner, an opponent of Donalds in the primary. Renner was notably one of the candidates calling for a moratorium on AI data centers. So we have playback of that event again this morning in Jacksonville, and we can take a look and see just what happened at that rally. It does seem like we're having some technical difficulties here with this video. Perhaps we can get some of that fixed here with that. In the meantime, though, Governor Ron DeSantis also held his own press conference this morning at Wilson Park alongside Cord Byrd, the Florida Secretary of State, Alex Kelly, the Florida Secretary of Commerce, and Brian Griffin, President and CEO of Visit Florida. This was part of the America 250 tour, where DeSantis unveiled a statue of Lady Columbia there, right in Wilson Park.
Celebration of America 250. We've done a lot of different statues commemorating. We started with the, well, before I get into that, I want to recognize the folks we have here. We've got our Secretary of State, Cord Byrd, our Commerce Secretary, Alex Kelly, our Visit Florida President, Brian Griffin, Senator Corey Simon, Representative Chuck Brannon, and I want to thank all of them who've done a lot for these issues we're going to talk about today. Not just the statue, that's part of it, but we also have a lot of checks that we're going to give out to here, but also surrounding rural areas. And so I know a lot of people appreciate that very much. We've got folks from Columbia County, Bradford County, Clay, Dixie, Gadsden, Hamilton, Hendry, Highlands, Jefferson, Levy, Putnam counties. And so that's a good list of folks here. So we're doing America 250. We started with counties named after founding fathers, commissioning statues, and so we started, actually the first one we did, we got George Washington loaned from Mount Vernon, this great statue of Washington. It was so nice, we didn't put it originally in Washington County, we put it in the state capitol. So for the last year and a half, however long it's been there, you go, you walk in, right on your left, just amazing G-dub right there. We did we got commissioned a replica of that and then did that in Washington County. We also did Hamilton and Hamilton County, Madison, James Madison and Madison County, Jefferson and Jefferson County, Ben Franklin, Franklin County, and even down in the Florida Keys, we did James Monroe. You know, when you have other states in this country taking statues down, it's a buyer's market for us to be putting them up. And so we took advantage of that. And America 250, who'd have thought you could get Alexander Hamilton and James Madison at a discount? But here we are, and so we did it. And so as we were doing that, you know, we appreciated the founders and the names, but we also recognized there were other things that represented the spirit of 1776 and that had a connection to Florida. So we did people who have really exemplified the spirit. So I was just down at Florida International yesterday for an announcement on our emergency management student pipeline to help train future emergency managers, which our state does a very good job of, obviously responding these things. There's something developing out there now. We'll watch it. You know, we're ready, but hopefully we don't have to worry about anything this year, but we might. And so you get ready. But when we were going down there, we passed the Ronald Reagan Presidential House at FIU. And so that had been named after President Reagan, I think 10, 15 years ago. Well, we were able to commission a Reagan statue there. And so he was somebody who would come to South Florida and rail against communism. And people loved that down there because they had escaped from communism. And so he would tell tales. I mean, one of the stories he told was, Castro would give these like 4-hour-long speeches, And he would just drone on, hate America, all this, talk about the Marxist cliches and everything. But, you know, you've got this captive audience. If you kind of get up and leave, they could shoot you. So people didn't really do it. So that was just, it was almost outside of Cuba, just viewed as comical because it was so ridiculous. But that's what he would do. And the president told the story about Castro's at one of these speeches, and he's just droning on. Then all of a sudden, you hear in the crowd someone yelling, peanuts, popcorn, Cracker Jacks, you know, like you would at like a ballpark or something. And then you hear it again, peanuts, popcorn, Cracker Jacks. And Castro starts to hear this. You hear it again, peanuts, popcorn, Cracker Jacks. So finally, Castro is like, stop saying that. The next person that says peanuts, popcorn, Cracker Jacks, I'm going to grab them and I'm going to send their butt straight to Miami. And the entire crowd yelled in unison, peanuts, popcorn, Cracker Jacks. It's true, you know, it's a lot of ring of truth. But anyway, so he did that, we did that. We did Frederick Douglass in St. Augustine, gave a big speech there in 1889. And so we commemorated that. We did Andrew Jackson in Jackson County. We're going to do it in Pensacola because he was the first territorial governor of Florida and was based out of there, but they already had an Andrew Jackson statue. So we did it, an amazing statue that we did in Jackson County. We did President Calvin Coolidge down in Lake Wales at the Bok Tower Gardens. It was the last public trip he took as president in 1929. He came to Central Florida to dedicate the Bok Tower Gardens. People didn't necessarily, it wasn't that easy to get from D.C. To Central Florida back then, and so it took a long train ride, did that. So we were able to commemorate him and his administration. So we've done all this stuff. So here we have the namesake of this county, Columbia, representing Lady Columbia. And this Lady Columbia is a symbol of the United States, of our American pioneer spirit. Of course, she's derived from Christopher Columbus, who was in 1492 the first European discovery of the New World. Columbus didn't quite make it to Florida. He made it to the Bahamas, but subsequent voyages ended up with the European discovery of North America in Florida. And so we were discovered by Europeans before Jamestown, Virginia, and before Plymouth, Massachusetts. You could go to St. Augustine, and that's the oldest continuously operating European city in the United States of America. And so we're proud of that part of Florida history. So it's Columbia being born out of the spirit of Christopher Columbus and doing that, but she's had a huge part in America folklore, particularly in the 1800s, 17 and 1800s. She, so here in 1832, our legislature, the territorial legislature, established Columbia County. They took Alachua and Duval and they carved it out of that. And the county seat was established at Alligator Town, which was renamed Lake City when the railroad arrived in 1859. So now Lake City is at the heart of North Florida. You have springs, rivers, forests. You have cultural sites, historic sites. Obviously, you have major thoroughfares that do that. But she was really symbolic of this great spirit, particularly in the 1800s. And I think people look, I mean, that's a very, very beautiful statue of a very beautiful, fictitious, but still very beautiful woman that symbolizes a lot about the United States of America. So I'm glad we're able to do this here in Columbia County. People can look to see what all has gone into the history here, but it's a unique history, and there's a lot of history. North Florida has more history from the American perspective than parts of southern Florida, just because this is where people lived back then. It was, people always ask me, why did they put the capital in Tallahassee when so many people live in Central and South Florida? It's because when they did it, nobody lived in Central and South Florida. You had Pensacola and Jacksonville, and you kind of met in the middle, and that's why they did it there. So northern Florida was really where Florida was born, and that was where all the activity was. And that's still true. There's a lot of activity, but when you had air conditioning, then it was like tolerable to be able to live in some of these places further south, and Florida's obviously grown up a lot since then. This is a continuing thing that we've done about America 250, and it's not just to do it for pomp and circumstance, because quite frankly, we've done a lot of stuff and we've probably exhausted that anyways. It really is about showing appreciation for the people that helped establish our country and helped make it where it is, because we're inheriting that legacy. We didn't do that. We were gifted that from previous generations, and we were gifted better than any other place on the face of the earth. And so we should appreciate that. I know there's some people, all they want to do is denigrate the founding of the country. They want to talk about, oh, America is so bad, and we're a country that has grown up a lot. We've had a lot of challenges, there's no question, but show me another country founded on more solid foundations, and show me another country that has given so much opportunity to so many people. I think it's important that people understand that, appreciate what went all into that, but then to look, okay, 250 from here, where are we going to be in 250? Like, we won't be here, but where's the country going to be 250? And I can tell you, if we conduct ourselves, not just in government, but in civic culture and all these other things, if you conduct that and you're guided by these enduring principles that make America unique, 250 years from now, we're probably going to be in pretty good shape. If we throw those principles overboard and embrace some of these failed fads that you see, and we don't have our compass set to true north, well, then who knows what 250 years from now will do. The founders studied all of history. There's nothing new under the sun. They saw what had been tried and failed for hundreds, or if not thousands of years of recorded history, and America was going to be different. And they put their stake in the ground. They pledged their lives, fortune, and sacred honor. But they knew what wouldn't work. They understood human nature. They understood where our rights come from. And they understood the proper role of government. Our lives now are so much different. We're now debating things like artificial intelligence and autonomous vehicles and all these things where smartphones, you can look up anything you want. They obviously didn't have that in 1776. They had, quill pens. They would write letters. They would go on horseback. So it was a much different environment. But the underlying principles haven't changed as much as all technologies change and all these other things have changed. Human nature is the same as it was in 1776. Source of our rights are the same as it was in 1776. And working to prevent an accumulation of centralized government power is also something that is important to this day. This will be here. People will be able to look. Kids will be able to learn about Columbia, but also what went into her becoming such an important symbol of early America. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved in that, because I think it's been really, really good. Now, we're not just here to talk about the nice statute, even though it is a very nice statute. We're also here to bring some remuneration for some of our counties and communities. I think I was the first, I would always ask, has any other governor done all 67 counties public events? And they didn't have record of doing that. But when we did it, so we finished that years ago, but every time, we would bring stuff. We're not just showing up. And what I can tell you is, you can bring money to Miami and give them a grant, and it's like people just shrug their shoulders. You bring support for rural, it's a huge deal. People really appreciate it. So we've done more for rural than any administration in Florida history, and we're going to continue that momentum with our awards today. So today, in addition to unveiling this beautiful Columbia statute, I'm happy to announce the award of nearly $15.5 million to 22 small and rural communities to support infrastructure investments and community development projects all across particularly northern Florida, but rural Florida. So here in Columbia County, City of Lake City is being awarded $211,000 to repave a portion of Northwest Georgia Avenue from Early Street to Wilson Street. The county is also receiving $65,000 to update the county's economic development strategic plan. Other awards through the Small Cities Plan, City of Avon Park, $2.1 million, sanitary sewer lift station and sewer line replacement. City of Coleman, $3 million smackers to improve the existing water supply and treatment facility. Hamilton County, $2.7 million, roadway access improvements supporting a manufacturing site. Hardy County, $1.8 million, install a sanitary sewer lift station and gravity sewer lines connecting to the Wauchula Hills wastewater treatment facility. Town of Bronson, $1.3 million to construct water distribution, wastewater collection, and street paving improvements supporting a Habitat for Humanity subdivision. Town of Horseshoe Beach, $3 million to complete drainage improvements along State Road 351, one of our emergency evacuation routes. Other awards through the Community Planning Technical Assistance Grant Program include awards to Bradford County, Central Florida Regional Planning Council, City of Everglades, City of Green Cove Springs, City of LaBelle, City of Perry, Dixie County, Hardy County, Hendry County, Highlands County, Jefferson County, Levy County, North Florida Economic Development Partnership, Putnam County, Town of Havana, and Town of Horseshoe Beach. Well, congratulations. I know that you guys will make good use of all that. You know, it's interesting. I've been dealing with this budget. As you know, I've done 8 budgets. And when they do the budgets, you got to make decisions on some of these individual projects. And, you know, it's like there's stuff that everyone would love to have, right? You know, and it's just you can't just sign everything. You got to make decisions. It's just tough. You got to do it. And two of the things that I'm proud of. One, if you take all of Florida's debt from like the time this county was founded or shortly thereafter till I became governor, we've paid off 52% of our taxpayer-supported debt. I mean, imagine if that was being done nationally. It'd be a different country. The other thing we've been able to do is for 4 straight years, Florida's reduced its budget. So even though we're doing all this money, even though we're doing infrastructure, and we just did $1.56 billion in our teacher pay categorical, we're doing Springs Renourishment, Everglades, which is massive, doing all of that, we've still reduced it 4 straight years. And that's in a period of inflation. So things can get more expensive, obviously, for everybody, but projects get more expensive too. So we've been able to do that, and I'm really, really proud of that. But, you know, you look at some of these things, you got to make decisions, and I kind of chuckle when I see some of the grants we just did today. Not that they're not helpful, but like a Corey Simon, I mean, this guy's brought back like hundreds of millions of dollars to these rural counties. I mean, I got to the point, I'm looking at the budget, Simon. I'm like, man, how can you get that much stuff in the budget? And I approve most of his stuff, too. And, you know, and I'm looking at some of the stuff for Hardy and Wauchula. Well, Albritton. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do in Hardy, but like Albritton brought more money to Hardy than has ever been brought to Hardy in the history of the county. So I just see, and like every little bit helps, but some of the stuff I know in these budgets that were there. And so we tried to work with everybody and we tried to make it good. Okay, we got a couple speakers. So I'm going to start. We're going to do Cord Bird, Brian Griffin, and then Alex Kelly, and they're going to be short and sweet. So come on.
Well, good morning, and thank you, Governor. I'm Cord Bird, Florida Secretary of State, and sorry to disappoint. I don't have checks to give out, but I do have a couple thoughts on Lady Columbia. You know, we've, as the Governor mentioned, we've been celebrating America 250 for really about 2 years now, and we've done more than any other state. Some states barely did anything. Some states stopped at July 4th. We're making this a year-long celebration, and it's been a real honor to work on getting these statues in place. Florida has billed itself as the 14th colony. When you think of the Revolutionary War, you really don't think of Florida, but there was a major naval battle in Pensacola in which the Spanish helped defeat the British Navy there, and then the last naval battle of the Revolutionary War took place off of Cape Canaveral. So Florida did have a role. Lady Columbia was America's first national mascot. She was a sign of strength during the Revolutionary War, and she represents the ideals of liberty and justice. And many American institutions are named after Lady Columbia. Columbia Pictures, if you know at the beginning, that lady that you see, that is Lady Columbia, the District of Columbia, and of course where we are today, Columbia County, Florida. And I want to personally thank you. As I was driving in today, I saw the banners on the light posts on Main Street celebrating America 250, so really appreciate you leaning into that. During World War I and World War II, the military trained in Lake City. Lake City Naval Air Station was established during World War II, and so not only have you contributed during America 250, but in helping America during the World Wars. Fun fact about Columbia County, the Hotel Blanche was Florida's first building with an elevator. So that's a fun fact about this location. And Governor said keep it short and sweet, so I'm going to do just that. But just wanted you to know the celebration continues all year long. We're really leaning into America 250. And for those of you with children, I hope you bring them out and look at these statues and use it as an educational point, because we really do need to pass along these values that the founders gave to us. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to Brian Griffin, the CEO and president of Visit Florida. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Secretary Byrd. Good morning. My name is Brian Griffin. I am president and CEO of Visit Florida, which is Florida's tourism agency. And it really is an honor to be here in Columbia County as we unveil a statue unlike any other in our statue series. Today, we don't just honor a single founder, we honor Columbia, the personification of America herself. We've already placed our founders in Florida counties that bear their names: Washington, Jefferson, Franklin, Hamilton, Monroe, and Madison. And today Columbia takes her rightful place in the county named for her since February 4th, 1832, when Florida's 16th county was created and given the poetic name of the United States. You know, long before the Statue of Liberty stood in New York Harbor, Americans referred to our country as Columbia. In 1775, Phyllis Wheatley wrote to General Washington, "Columbia's arm prevails." And a generation later, Hail Columbia served as an unofficial national anthem. Her name honors the legacy of explorer Christopher Columbus and personifies the freedom of America. She stands for the rarest idea in human history, that our rights come from God, not from the government. Florida just showed the country how to celebrate that idea. We went all in for America's 250th with statues across the state, a historic driving trail from the Panhandle to St. Augustine to the Keys, and a new statewide docuseries highlighting the history of our state, and of course, a warm welcome for visitors who wanted to celebrate America with us. We did it the right way, and we did it well. And the official anniversary may be behind us, but the work of remembering is not. These monuments remain, and so does the invitation. Come to Florida, bring the family, and see what a confident country looks like. Visit Florida remains engaged on behalf of the state of Florida in marketing our great state and all we have to offer to visitors. From landmarks to beaches to our theme parks and over 10,000 miles of hiking trails, it's always a good time to visit Florida. And today we stand in the gateway to Florida. From Lake City at the crossroads of I-10 and I-75, visitors will find springs, forests, and a community that believes that America is worth honoring out loud. So thank you, Columbia County, for hosting us and for this monument. And thank you, Governor DeSantis, for having the courage to rightly honor our country.
Absolutely. All right.
Secretary Kelly.
Well, Governor and everyone, thank you so much. Governor, first I got to say, I'm glad I did my bicep curls this morning. That was a lot of checks. That was pretty good, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. Keep it really quick. I just want to give some additional thanks because the governor covered a lot of the points. Jeff Hendry from North Florida Economic Development Partnership, wherever you went, I know you're around here, and Okeechobee County Commissioner Terry Burrows, both who lead 2 of Florida's 3 rural areas of opportunity. You wouldn't believe how much the feedback that we get regarding these grants and the input and insights regarding these communities is driven by just a few really just incredibly volunteer passionate people, driven people who just really support all of your communities and really help, just help inform us tremendously. Senator Simon, Representative Brannon, the legislators who represent these communities, they're on the phone constantly with us. Senator Simon, you're without a doubt the #1 legislator on my cell phone, sir, and so your input regarding these grants is tremendous. And just as we're here in Columbia County, I just want to say, if you don't know what they're doing here in Columbia County, Jennifer Daniels and the team with the North Florida Megasite Industrial Park, it's a true example of how you can take these grants and grow a vision and create really a unique job creation opportunity for so many people. So I just want to brag on the folks here in Columbia County. You're doing some amazing things. Lake City, again, Governor, thank you so much for your support. Okay.
Well, we've got football season on the horizon now. Are we, so what's the complexion of this crowd? Do we have FSU Seminole fans here? Do we have Florida Gator fans here? Well, listen, as governor, I could say both of them need to up their games from recent years. I mean, it used to be like the state of Florida would dominate and those guys would be up there every year, 80s, 90s. Then when Urban came in 2005 through that period of time. So hopefully they both do well. My kids are, because we're in Tallahassee with the state capitol, they've grown up around Florida State and they've become fans. But I will tell you, after the last 2 seasons, they're not as optimistic as they had been 2 years ago with the hope and everything. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully Florida gets it back in gear as well. I think that seems like they made a positive coaching change, but we'll be rooting. And then, Miami's not a state school, but they had a good year last year, and they very well may be good going forward this year. So we'll just have to wait and see. But it's an exciting time of year to be down here. A lot going to be going on, and we look forward to it.
And that again was Governor Ron DeSantis unveiling that statue of Lady Columbia there in Wilson Park as part of his America 250th tour. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. Lots of interesting news conferences this morning. Around the same time as that DeSantis newser that we just showed you, the Attorney General James Uthmeier held his own press conference where he announced a lawsuit against 2 PBMs. That would be Prime Therapeutics and Express Scripts for price fixing, deception, and unjust enrichment. So let's go and listen in here earlier to this press conference there in the Villages to see just what these lawsuits are all about.
So this morning we're announcing another legal action. You may remember recently we issued subpoenas to CVS Caremark after seeing evidence that shows they very likely provide disproportionate beneficial treatment to their own retail stores as opposed to the independent pharmacies who are subjected to unfair pricing rules. They're subjected to harassing audits. They're subjected to different business practices that CVS's Caremark stores don't have to go through. And thus it drives a lot of them out of business. It's anti-competitive, and where you have less competition, you guys know what happens. Prices go up. And they go up at the benefit of these big corporations, not you. So we're going to take action there. That's going to be a big case. We'll be working on it for a while. This morning, we're actually going to announce a lawsuit. We have sued this morning two PBM companies, Prime Therapeutics and Express Scripts. We are suing them for price fixing, deception, and unjust enrichment. We see anti-competitive practices here that, again, enrich corporations and hurt our small businesses and our patients. Back in December 2019, these two companies announced a collaboration. It was not a merger. It was not a joint venture. It was a collaboration, but in reality, it was a price-fixing agreement. Effective in April 2020 and still ongoing after multiple extensions, Prime adopted Express Scripts' significantly lower reimbursement rates. That's lower reimbursement rates, lower money to our small business independent pharmacies. And get this, before the agreement, Prime's rates were roughly 20% higher as they competed on the merits. After the agreement, after the collusion, rates declined around 80% for 80% of branded drugs and 70% of generic drugs. Again, this was not a merger, not a joint venture. This is not one company. This is two independent companies working together to fix prices and ultimately hurt people. One example, a pharmacy we spoke with outside of Orlando saw reimbursement for one drug drop about 45%, turning something that was profitable and enabled them to run a business and provide fair pricing into a $15.45 loss on every single individual prescription, something that is not sustainable and takes away opportunity for patients. When local pharmacies are forced to operate at a loss or close to a loss, they suffer, they can't continue business, and ultimately less competition ends up in the market. So this is wrong. As long as I'm Attorney General, I'm going to be fighting these injustices. You better believe it. We care about patients here. Several years ago, Governor DeSantis led the effort to pass legislation to lead to PBM reform. You know, at the time, I didn't even really know what a PBM is. You know, it's this middleman cartel that, you know, takes drugs from manufacturers and decides who to give them to and how much to charge. And unfortunately, there's only a few of them that make up almost the entire market. This is wrong. They give kickbacks and rebates to incentivize certain products, certain prices, and we're not going to stand for it. So if you hurt people, if you fix prices, if you engage in anti-competitive conduct, we're going to sue you. We're going to seek injunctive relief to make you stop this bad behavior, and we will seek damages. We will make you pay for it. If you hurt people in Florida, you're going to pay. So with that, people can, thank you. Our legal complaint will be public out there. People can look through everything. We always have an open door to companies that you know, want to talk through doing it the easy way and not the hard way. We avoid lawyers and litigation, believe me, where we can, but not always. As was seen, you know, Meta recently signed a deal with, I think, every other state but us at this point. You know, gave a little payout to make amends for a decade of child safety issues. They've been hit hard by a jury out in New Mexico, and the evidence is clear that kids have suffered due to their addictive features that they've intentionally designed. It's led to a lot of self-harm, depression, eating disorders. It's clear that our kids have suffered for over a decade, and we're not going to sell out when it comes to our kids. We're going to fight hard. That is one where they didn't want to do it the easy way, so we'll do it the hard way. All right, well, let's get back to the topic here. Representative, thank you for being here. I'll let you say a few words.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here today and honored to serve House District 24, which starts in the Villages and goes all the way up through North Marion County. But I'm here today really just to thank our Attorney General for being here and to show my support. Listen, we're in the retirement capital of the world. Whether we want to take on that title or not, that's where we're at, and that's the state we're at, and in this area particularly. And when people do intentional things that impact the access to affordable medication, it affects a lot of people in a bad way. And in observing what our Attorney General has been working on over the last few months and just how he operates and how he leads and protects our state, I'm proud today to stand here with our AG as he's tackling this particular issue, which is going to affect a lot of people in a positive way. So really, we're blessed as a state. We're blessed certainly as an area to have somebody that cares, somebody that works hard, somebody that's raising the standard. Somebody's got to raise the standard. It might as well be Florida, and it might as well be our Attorney General, and that's what he's doing. And we're proud to have somebody that actually gets things done, because you can have a lot of rhetoric, you can run around and have a lot of conversations, but when you have somebody that does have the conversations but gets something done, you can really want to support and edify that person to keep doing the job that he's doing. So we're proud to have you here. Thank you for being such a great, really a great Attorney General. We're blessed to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we'll have Jesse Brashear from Brashear's Pharmacy. Thank you for being here.
Thanks to the Attorney General for the opportunity to speak here today. 35 years ago, a young pharmacist took every dollar he had and he opened a pharmacy. He cared about people, and he believed in his local community he could provide a level of service and compassion that he didn't see at the other pharmacies in town. He believed he could do a better job and provide that care at a lower cost. My name is Jesse Brashear. I'm now a second-generation pharmacy owner, and that young pharmacist was my dad. Today, my father is retired, but because of the way the PBM system has evolved, I've had to look him in the eye and tell him I'm not sure I can keep the pharmacy that he and my mother opened. PBMs have a role in the pharmacy marketplace, but the concern and what we're discussing here today is that something has changed. We're no longer dealing with a marketplace where everyone is competing on a level playing field. That's not just a concern in Florida. Red flags have been raised across the country by pharmacy owners, state governments, federal regulators, policymakers. Florida's right to investigate whether the companies with this much control over our pharmacy system are manipulating it. My wife is also a pharmacist. She was the valedictorian of her high school in a town not far from here. She went on to attend the University of Florida College of Pharmacy. This is somebody we would think would have success in pharmacy in Florida. But every day when she's standing behind the counter, a patient can walk in the door with a new prescription, and she's not able to take care of them the way that she wants. She has the medicine and the knowledge. She has the experience to counsel that patient. But when she processes the prescription through the patient's PBM, she can be paid less than the cost it took to put it on the shelf. She now has a choice as a pharmacist. She can either take care of the patient standing in front of her and lose money doing it, or she can send that patient elsewhere. That complicates their care, and it breaks the relationship the patient has with their pharmacist. She'll probably lose that patient forever, and that is an impossible position to put a healthcare professional in, and it happens every day in pharmacies across Florida. You have the patient, you have the drug, the knowledge, the training, the ability to care for them, but you have a problem. There's a PBM standing in the middle. It feels like the system has been designed to make independent pharmacies like ours just go away. Let me give you one more example. I recently spoke with one of our pharmacists when I told him I was coming here today, whose immediate family member, he told me, was prescribed a somewhat expensive brand name medication recently. This pharmacist knows exactly what that medication costs on the marketplace. He can compare prices. He can find the best price available on the marketplace. But when he billed the prescription through his own family's insurance plan, the PBM reimbursement then was lower than the least expensive price he could find to purchase the drug. So what did he have to do? He had to send his own family member to a competing chain pharmacy to pick up the medication on his way home from work. Think about that. The pharmacist had the medication, he had the ability to dispense it, he had the training to take care of his family, he wanted to do it himself. But once again, there was a PBM standing in the way. That's why this investigation matters. PBMs have created a system where they are effectively the judge, jury, and executioner of patient choice in Florida. They influence which drugs are covered, which pharmacies patients can use, and determine what pharmacies are paid. And all of that happens with little transparency and accountability. When corporate middlemen have accumulated this much control over healthcare, Floridians deserve someone willing to ask hard questions. I'm thankful that we have an attorney general that is willing to do that. All of these questions aren't just appropriate, they're overdue, and I'm thankful that this is moving forward.
That's very well said, and it shows how real these issues hit home and why it's important that we fight. I've always said I think it's the attorneys general that really need to be the front line of defense to protect individual freedoms and businesses. And we're going to do that here in Florida, and you better believe I'm talking to my colleagues, and they're going to be jumping into this fight too. Next, we'll hear from Eric Larson from the Florida Pharmacy Association. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. My name is Eric Larson. I'm also an owner of Prescriptions Unlimited in St. Cloud, Florida, an independently owned pharmacy and a pharmacist by trade, and currently the chair of the board for the Florida Pharmacy Association. First, I want to thank the Attorney General and the Antitrust Division of the Florida Attorney General's office for looking into these egregious practices by the PBMs and really taking independent pharmacy and patients into consideration across the state. Today's conversation is about PBMs, reimbursement, and really about competition as well. But ultimately, it's whether independent pharmacy is going to have a fair opportunity to compete in this marketplace and continue serving our communities. Pharmacists spend years in school earning a doctorate in pharmacy. Independent owners borrow money, invest savings, because our vision of community pharmacy is different. We want to know that your patients by name and care for them as we care for your own mother, father, grandchildren, or parents. We want to deliver medication to patients who can't leave home. We want to bring medication to hospital beds for patients that can't get home and have to get transportation to their facilities. Our employees live in these communities. Our children go to school there. We buy homes, we pay taxes. Their paychecks support the local economy. We're sponsoring recreational activities, supporting local schools, providing vaccines for homebound patients, supporting charities, and stepping forward when the community calls for us. We're not simply locating our communities, we're entrenched in them. But today, independent pharmacies are operating in a marketplace where economics become increasingly difficult to survive. One of the biggest issues is how we value pharmacists' professional service. We evaluate their prescription. We look for interactions. We resolve problems before it gets to the patient. Yet the professional dispensing fee by the PBMs and that knowledge and responsibility is worth pennies and sometimes nothing. Our value of the healthcare system should not be attached to the cost of the medication. A colleague introduced me to an analogy which has really kind of resonated a couple years ago. It's to an auto mechanic. So say your car is broke down and you have to get a part fixed and the part costs $20. You don't walk into the auto mechanic and say, hey, I'll pay you the $20. I don't need your expertise to fix it. We'll just pay you the cost of the part. That's the same concept that PBMs are deploying right now, where they're paying us the cost of medication, but nothing for that professional service. And that can't be how it is in the marketplace. Whether the medication costs $5 or $5,000, our education, our knowledge, our processes do not change. So again, we should not be tied to the cost of medication, whether it's expensive or cheap. We should be tied to our professional cognitive knowledge of that medication and what we do day to day. There's another part of the system that patients really don't see, the network, and that's what we're discussing today. This is where reimbursement, network leasing, and patient steering all begin to come together as one. PBMs build pharmacy networks by contracting with pharmacies like ours. In a competitive marketplace, PBMs should compete to build those networks and compete for pharmacy participation. But consider the arrangements between ESI and Prime Therapeutics. Rather than operating entirely separate pharmacy networks and independently competing, Prime gained access to ESI's buying power and leveraged its much larger pharmacy network with subsequently low reimbursement rates to independent pharmacies. So instead of having two large PBMs independently competing for participation, the reach of one network and its reimbursement economics can be extended across additional patients and health plans. The PBMs gain scale and leverage, and independent pharmacies ultimately suffer and close. Nothing changed at the pharmacy operationally. We do the same thing we did. We take care of our patients. The process are the same. The labor is the same, if not more, and we provide the same level of care for less. Our professional dispensing fees in the Prime Therapeutics network were already low. And then they took an additional hit when this merger happened, or I'm sorry, this collaboration happened, I should say. And it went from a small dispensing fee to 0.05, 5 cents. Different networks were paying on different dispensing fees, but most of them were minimal, if not nothing at all. Not to mention the drug cost. Then we look at the other side, marketplace, steering. So all these things tie together. Express Scripts isn't simply a PBM administering pharmacy benefits. They also own pharmacies, as we know, right? So its corporate structure allows affiliated pharmacies competing for prescriptions, including mail order and specialty pharmacy operations.
And that's just a little bit there from that press conference earlier in the Villages where James Uthmeier, the Florida Attorney General, announced 2 lawsuits against 2 PBMs, Prime Therapeutics and Express Scripts, for numerous things there, price fixing, deception, among others. I want to take you back now to that meeting there in Tampa, the Tampa City Council meeting, where the Rays Stadium vote might get underway today. And if both Tampa and Hillsborough County, who is voting tomorrow, approve of this measure, construction will move forward. The Rays say construction needs to start this fall to meet a target 2029 opening day. There are 3 parts of this plan: the Rays ballpark, a reimagined Hillsborough College Dale Mabry campus, mixed-use district around stadiums, and Hillsborough would be responsible for approximately $800 million, while the city of Tampa would contribute $80 million. So let's go ahead and listen in.
We're going to complete that process. Next on the agenda is city staff, our CFO, Dennis. Dennis, would you like to come to the podium, please?
May I make a statement?
About?
I'm just going to ask that I want to get sworn in, make sure I'm going to tell the truth.
We don't swear in.
Well,
but thank you. But thank you, sir. Let's finish this, and you'll have an opportunity.
I second that he be sworn in.
Okay, Mr. Rajero, start with your name, please.
Good afternoon, Council. Dennis Rajero, Chief Financial Officer. And again, as always, thank you for having me up here today. I have a couple of slides to put on the wolf. But before I do that, again, it's been lunch. The city attorney, I think, did a great job of offering you the broad perspective, and we're going to get into a little bit more detail now. As you know, the project's anticipated to be about $2.3 billion. The city's anticipated investment to that project is estimated to be about 3 to 6% of that total project. $80 million you've already heard about, and we'll get into a little more detail on that. And for that investment, which again we anticipate will be paid back to the city will recognize billions of additional taxable value. Let me give you a quick overview of the funding plan. If I could have the wolf up, please. Thank you. And some of this will be repetitive, but again, nothing wrong with additional and extended information. City will be required to pay the Rays $80 million toward public horizontal capital improvement as described not only in the agreement, but as you heard from the city attorney just a little while ago. The $80 million will take the form of debt financing and can be issued for any portion of the $80 million on an as-needed basis. And I'll elaborate on that in just a moment. Revenue sharing, that's what it all comes down to from the city's perspective over the 35 years of this agreement, using the development's increase in taxable value to fund over time that $80 million plus interest. I have copies of these slides. Well, this is a good time to ask. Would you like hard copies of these slides?
Sure. Hand to Mr. Shelby, please. All right, the financing considerations, and we have a few. Some of these, again, the city attorney already referenced. We are working with our financial advisors, who I can't say enough about. They're absolutely financial wizards, along with my team, again, another set of wizards. We're going to find the debt instrument or instruments that is most advantageous to the city, and you see some of the reasons why. The timing of the issuance, interest costs, and the length of the issuance. Again, $80 million with some sort of interest component that will be determined. Council's well aware of the next item, a reimbursement resolution. Look for that from our office very, very soon. Again, this protects the city and enables us to make sure that what we spend to the Rays for their construction will be eligible to be reimbursed to us with whatever debt mechanism we use. And I know there's a lot of reimbursement going on here, okay? It's a big deal. It's a little complex.
So that was just a look in there at that Tampa City Council meeting where members are presenting these reimbursement financing consideration plans there in Tampa. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, taking you here to a live shot on New Smyrna Beach, where earlier this morning around 11:15 a.m., a Piper PA-18 crashed into the ocean just off the shore. And again, this happened around this morning at 11:15. The FAA says only the pilot was on board and that the FAA will be investigating. The Volusia County Sheriff's Office, witnesses told them a small banner plane did crash in that water and the pilot was able to climb out without any injuries. And it does look like we're hearing from a witness here, so let's listen in.
Looked up. Next thing you know, I heard a loud pop, like a backfire, and being mechanically inclined, I didn't hear the engine start back up, so I figured he was in trouble. So I started videotaping, how he came down into the water.
After he came down in the water, what was going through your mind? Did you rush? Did you run over there?
I was just hoping that, because I was still a pretty far distance, I was just hoping that people ran into the water to get him out of the airplane.
Is anything that you've seen like this before come to the beach or in your life at all?
Not like this. I mean, I do towing for the police myself, but not like this. Not an airplane into the water.
Did the adrenaline spike through you as soon as you see it hit the water?
I'm used to it. I was just glad that, like I said, with the banner he had on the back of the plane, I knew it was like a parachute, so it was going to bring him right down. And I'm just glad that he didn't land too deep, because what if he hit his head and became unconscious? Then he would drown if nobody got him out. But so he put it. I thought the guy did a good job and put it right where he needed to do. So.
How lucky do you feel this guy is? But from what you witnessed, were you expecting much worse?
I'm just glad he's okay. At the end of the day, I mean, that's all that matters. I mean, nobody got hurt on the beach. Airplanes can be replaced, but that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Mark. Yes, sir. Thank you. Can I just?
So pretty harrowing scene there in New Smyrna Beach. We saw photos earlier and some footage earlier. Oh, it does look like that witness is speaking in. Let's listen in.
And I give Fox permission to use my video. Fox 35.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
And again, we did see footage of that plane earlier, completely upside down. So pretty miraculous that the pilot was able to make it out safe. And again, from both the Volusia Sheriff's Office and the FAA, the pilot was able to climb out of that plane without life-threatening injuries. He was the sole occupant and no others were involved or injured in the crash. And earlier, crews were using tow trucks and other accoutrements to get that plane out of the water to make sure to clean up that beach, as well as get rid of any debris that could hurt any beach goers. And again, that was a Piper PA-18 small banner plane. We'll continue to follow this developing story and bring you footage if they do manage to get that plane out of the water. But we're going to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back.
Particular year.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Hayden Wiggs here. We were talking just before break about the small Banner plane that around 11:15 this morning crashed into the ocean just off New Smyrna Beach. And you can see here in this footage people watching as a towing truck connects cables to that plane and is lifting it out of the water. The FAA is investigating this crash that did happen there at New Smyrna Beach. And if you have any questions about the pilot, the local authorities will have information for you. The FAA says to contact them with any questions. But again, it was only the pilot on board that small Banner plane. A Piper PA-18 is the model of that plane. He was the sole occupant, and there were no others injured by this crash there at New Smyrna Beach. And he is able to climb out without any life-threatening injuries. So it does look like a pretty busy scene there in New Smyrna Beach. You can see beachgoers have completely abandoned their vacation or sun tanning plans to film what is a pretty unique scene here. We heard from a witness earlier who told us he had never seen anything quite like this before. So definitely a unique scene happening here on New Smyrna Beach. And we'll hopefully get another shot of that tow truck getting that plane out of the water. But for now, just some beachgoers commenting perhaps on how strange this entire scene has been. And again, this has been a pretty busy scene. That crash happening about an hour and a half ago, and crews just now being able to pull that out of the water. So you can see there, that plane hooked up with some cables there to that tow truck. This is how the plane was found, upside down. As we mentioned earlier, it was found just like that in the water. So a pretty miraculous recovery there for the pilot to be able to escape without any life-threatening injuries. Definitely a lot of damage there on the bottom and sides of the plane, as well as the wings. Not sure if this will be able to be repaired. But the good news in this situation here is that everyone is safe. And it does look like that plane has been successfully loaded onto this tow truck out of the water. Any lingering debris does appear to have been cleaned up. So it looks like this scene is pretty much clear once these crews here clear up the last little bits and get the plane fully on the bed of the truck. So good news there. No one's hurt, and the beach has been cleaned up. Well, we are about to take another break here in just a minute, but I kind of want to give you a rundown of what we're watching here for the rest of the day. So it is almost 1 p.m. here. We'll be hearing from the Florida Democrats at around 1 on a virtual Zoom meeting here. We'll hear from Nikki Fried, the Florida Democratic Party chair, Angie Nixon, the Democratic nominee for the U.S. Senate, Jose Javier Rodriguez, the Democratic nominee for Florida Attorney General. We will also be watching for the Cape Canaveral budget meeting. It's a budget workshop to discuss their nearly $4 million budget shortfall there in Cape Canaveral. And there will also be an e-bike safety roundtable in Orlando. This will actually be the inaugural meeting of the Central Florida Micro Mobility Safety Initiative regional roundtable there at Lynx Orlando. It was launched in response to growing numbers of safety concerns involving e-bikes. A lot of those stories which we've covered for you right here on Fox 35 News Plus. So all of that coming up within the next hour or so right here. Stay with us.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. It's 1 o'clock, and I want to get you right back into this Tampa City Council meeting that is happening right now. Just a little bit ago when we listened in, we were hearing from the Rays discussing the reimbursement plan and talking about some of that. This is ahead of the Tampa City Council vote on the stadium agreement that would involve the Rays essentially covering a little more than half the cost, Tampa City Council covering a chunk, and then Hillsborough County covering an even larger chunk. Things have gotten a little contentious here in the past few minutes as commissioners have had the chance to ask some questions of this presenter about the plan and the Rays showing proof of their ability to be able to cover these costs. Charlie Miranda, one of the district commissioners, was getting a little heated just a moment ago and was actually called out of order for some of the comments he made. So we're going to go ahead and listen back in here as this presentation continues ahead of a vote, ahead of more public comment that's expected in the next little bit. That the Tampa Bay Times reporter covering this says he expects that to take hours. So this is not necessarily going to be a quick thing here. We've been following it all throughout the morning. We'll likely be following it all throughout the afternoon as well. So let's go ahead and listen in live right now in Tampa.
What this shows is that the minimum amount, like in theory, that we'll get from the Rays, from this deal, in payments to the city is only $100 million, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But we're going to owe $120 million or more.
Or more. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so we look at the target. So basically, if we're lucky enough to get $183 million out of this, minusing the 120, so we'll get like $60 million possibly, and this is like the best case scenario.
Yes.
In 35 years.
Yes.
And below that is the county revenue.
Yes, ma'am.
So even in the best estimate, the county's only going to get $158 million back of their almost $800 million investment.
The only caveat I would say is, I don't know, I would defer to somebody else to define that as the best case scenario.
Okay.
But it is the target, it is
Fair.
more aggressive and accelerated.
Okay.
Yes.
And if they could put that back on. So the thing is, the total revenue from this, because the thing that really shocks me is the CDD revenue. They're going to get, I mean, on the minimum, they're getting over double what the city and county are going to get, and on the target, they're going to make more than 5 times what the city and county will make, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we were to just give this land to a developer and not put anything into it, what you're saying is that we could make between $581 million and $1.5 billion in revenue without having to put in a penny.
I would not say that because that's not my expertise, ma'am.
Okay. But
I see what you're saying, but
in the theory is if we didn't put 1 penny and we put this out to bid and we let somebody else build it, these are the types of revenues we could receive.
Again, it would depend on what the increase in the taxable value is over time.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
Councilman Carlson. You talk about on this slide, it says minimum and target. It doesn't say.
Continuing to listen into this. So we are continuing to listen into this meeting right now. We'll monitor it. We also want to get to some more of the public comment coming up in just a little bit. But I want to get you right now to this virtual news conference that Florida Democrats are holding right now, expecting to hear from the Democratic Party, Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried in a moment, as well as Angie Nixon, Democratic nominee for the U.S. Senate, talking about some renewed controversy in the ongoing Hope Florida scandal. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Record button. Looks like, my friends, that we got something going on here in Florida, that you all are joining us here this afternoon. So thank you all for joining us. Again, I'm Nikki Fried. I am the chair of the Florida Democratic Party. We're here today because a state grand jury has confirmed something deeply troubling. $10 million in taxpayer money was diverted to fund partisan political ads aimed at defeating a citizen-led ballot initiative. Money recovered after an insurance company overbilled Florida's Medicaid program, money that was supposed to provide health insurance for needy children. Two people are at the center of this scandal, James Uthmeier and Ashley Moody. For months, James Uthmeier told Floridians there was nothing to see here. It's a nothing burger, as he called it. Nobody did anything wrong, he said. Ashley Moody was the Attorney General when all of this happened. And as questions piled up on her about her role, she ducked the press and refused to answer them. Well, now we know a lot more. As CBS News reported, the grand jury found that Uthmeier was involved in directing those funds after they reached Hope, Florida, with millions ultimately flowing to two political committees and the Republican Party of Florida. $8.5 million of it ended up in a political committee chaired by James Uthmeier himself. The grand jury didn't mince words. Uthmeier wasn't some bystander. He held a position of authority over the people involved. And Ashley Moody, she knew about the plan. And when her own deputy raised concerns about the deal, Moody signed off on it anyhow. Think about that. James Uthmeier told Floridians that nobody did anything wrong. Ashley Moody dodged questions about her role. And now a state grand jury has confirmed it. $10 million meant for sick children was diverted into a political operation. They don't get to shrug this off. They don't get to call it a nothing burger. This is blatant corruption. And for 30 years, Republicans have controlled this state. And somewhere along the way, they started acting like taxpayer money was theirs to spend, state government was theirs to exploit, and nobody had the right to question them. Authoritarianism can look like leaders abusing government power, evading accountability, and treating public institutions like their own. That's exactly the warning signs we are seeing here. James Uthmeier is Florida's Attorney General for now. Ashley Moody is a United States Senator for now. These are powerful positions entrusted to people who are supposed to serve Floridians, not themselves. And they owe all of us an explanation. Who decided to divert this money? Why did $8.5 million end up in a political committee Uthmeier chaired? And what did Ashley Moody know when she approved this agreement? This isn't complicated. The money belongs to the people of the state. It was supposed to provide health care for children. Instead, it was funneled into a political operation. Enough is enough. Floridians deserve more than answers. They deserve accountability. They deserve leaders in Tallahassee and Washington, D.C. who answer to the people, not the special interests. So with that, I would like to introduce Senator Jose Javier Rodriguez, the Democratic nominee for Attorney General.
Well, thank you, Chair Freed. I'm Jose Javier Rodriguez. I am the nominee on the ballot for Florida Attorney General. I've been traveling the state talking about how we're going to return the Attorney General's office to the people, refocus on priorities that are going to make people's lives better, tackling crime, costs, and corruption. My opponent is a criminal. He's a criminal who should resign. He should come clean and turn himself in. The grand jury report that we're talking about today found criminal wrongdoing. Taxpayers were stolen from. The families, the seniors, children who rely on the Medicaid program were harmed by this. James Uthmeier was the person with authority here. It was his committee. He directed the money. He directed those involved. And, you know, Floridians need leaders who are going to clean house in Tallahassee. To clean house means to break down that wall of silence, the conspiratorial corruption that we have in Tallahassee and that this grand jury report lays out. And that type of corruption meant that no one could remember and that no one would take responsibility, except that Uthmeier himself actually did, including in interviews this past spring. He said that he did it. And remarkably, he said that he had a right to use these funds to campaign against ballot initiatives. And, you know, in addition, we also know they paid the money back. So, you know, the idea that Uthmeier, knowing of these conclusions, going out and admitting to doing it and then saying there's nothing here and denying it all, it does not add up. The outrage here is bipartisan. If you all will remember, this investigation, as the grand jury report begins, started off with a remarkable referral from the dais of a subcommittee chair in the Florida House of Representatives. And, you know, this may well be the most brazen act of political corruption we have seen here in Florida. But my opponent, James Uthmeier, did not act alone. His predecessor enabled this and was central to him being able to do this and run this criminal scheme. And so I'm pleased to hand this over to her successor, Representative Angie Nixon.
Thank you, JJ. Senator. So this is the ultimate betrayal of working families. Think about this. Ashley Moody stole $10 million from children in Florida. Everyone involved in this, Ashley Moody included, should resign. They should resign. Enough is enough. A state grand jury confirmed that instead of this money going towards helping sick kids get the health care that they need, they sent the money to biased political action committees. How many kids went without the care they needed because Ashley Moody, Ron DeSantis, James Uthmeier, and others wanted to buy some partisan political ads or whatever other foolishness they spent that money on? And let's be clear, Senator Ashley Moody is directly tied to this corruption. The grand jury concluded that as Attorney General, Moody was fully aware of the plans to divert the $10 million, and she explicitly authorized her staff to sign the agreement. She helped rob vulnerable kids. Again, she helped rob. Ashley Moody helped rob vulnerable kids to fund the political games of the extremist establishment. No one is taking responsibility, and everyone involved is pretending like they suddenly have amnesia when it comes to this decision. You orchestrate a scheme to take money from sick kids, and now none of y'all can remember? Seriously? These same people that go on Fox News or other conservative entertainment outlets day in and day out suddenly can't find the time to talk to real reporters here in Florida about the things like this that really matter to Floridians. We live in a world where these extremist Republicans are stealing millions in our money for their own personal gain. Meanwhile, rents are sky high, property insurance is pricing us out of our homes, and healthcare is completely out of reach. But these corrupt extremists like Ashley Moody don't have the time to help address any of these very real problems. When times get tough, they run and hide. They're not just corrupt. They're cowards. If Senator Moody is so proud of prioritizing corporate billionaires and personal political power over working families, and if she's so proud of stealing from kids in need, she should have the guts to defend her choices out in the open. She shouldn't be running out of press conferences. Let's give Floridians the answers they deserve. Ashley Moody, I am calling on you to resign for stealing $10 million. And if you don't, you're going to get fired on November 3rd.
Thank you so much, everyone, for those remarks. And speaking of
Open my right mic there. Some strong words, as you heard from Angie Nixon and from Jose Javier Fernandez, who are the opponents, Jose Javier Rodriguez, I should say, who are the opponents of Attorney General James Uthmeier and Senator Ashley Moody on the ballot this fall. And so we do have responses from Senator Moody and from Attorney General James Uthmeier. I'm going to start with Senator Moody, since we just heard from Angie Nixon just a moment ago. Going to pull this up from Twitter, where Ashley Moody said just a little bit ago, there have been numerous reports that misrepresent the facts surrounding an AHCA settlement. agreement that has been available to the public for 2 years. Understanding this is political season and there may be a tendency to misrepresent the facts, it is important to clarify 3 points. Number one, the Centene settlement agreement was negotiated by AHCA, a Florida healthcare agency. The AHCA negotiated agreement made clear how settlement money would be dispersed to include funds going to Hope, Florida. 2, as is standard practice and would be expected, the AG's office was one of multiple agencies that signed the final agreement for execution and release of claims. 3, the AG's office had no knowledge of how funds would be spent or played any role in how Hope, Florida, AHCA or ACA, or the legislature would spend the settlement money. Attempts to characterize this any other way are disingenuous. As I mentioned, Attorney General Ashley Moody, who is now the senator, was Attorney General at the time of this settlement. And so that is why she is facing questions about all of this. And now current Attorney General James Uthmeier was the chief of staff for the governor at the time, but now obviously the Attorney General. He was asked about this at a news conference earlier today as well. And here's what he said.
As we've said from the beginning, this has been a politically motivated witch hunt driven by the Democrats and a far-left Democrat state attorney in Tallahassee. This hoax has been debunked time and time again. I'm not allowed under Florida law to comment on the report, so I can't say if it's true or not. But if it is indeed true, it shows a couple things. First, it shows that there was no probable cause found that anybody did anything wrong. It also, if this report is true and it shows that the Democrats had to collude with the press to break the law and release a document that's not allowed to be released under the law just to show that a far-left Democrat state attorney is incompetent, then I don't think we have anything to worry about here. No. So you're asking me to talk about the contents of report. Let's do a little exercise here. Let's pull out your phone. Let's go. First of all, what's your name? What is it? Martin? And who are you with? All right, pull out your phone. Let's go here. First, 905.27 Florida statutes says we're not allowed to comment on the contents of any grand jury proceeding, and it goes further to talk about a court ordering. So by law I'm not allowed to talk about it. So now here's the big one. Go to Florida statutes 777042. You going to it? 777042. Why don't you read it with me here? A person who solicits another to commit an offense prohibited by law commits the offense of criminal solicitation. Are you trying to solicit a crime here in violation of the law? I did not think so. Here's what I'll say. Nobody did anything wrong here. There was not even probable cause to move forward. This is a hoax, and all it did was show that the Democrats, they can't win on policy. They can't win on the law. We got the lowest crime rates in history, so they want to lie and smear and try to break the law. So, all right. Any other questions?
That was Attorney General James Uthmeier responding earlier today as well. So you've now heard from Florida Democrats. You've heard from Attorney General James Uthmeier and from Senator Ashley Moody. We'll continue to follow up on that as questions continue to bubble. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back with more after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. You are watching as that plane, that banner plane that crashed on New Smyrna Beach is towed away. You can see even still it is upside down just like the way it landed. We saw those live images as that was the scene just a little bit ago. We know that crashed earlier this morning. The sheriff's office investigators have been on the scene there and are working to figure out more. Now we have learned that the good news is there is not believed to be any injuries with this, but again, we are still working to learn some more details. Looks like our shot there may have frozen, so I'll come off of that now. But that scene clearing, things getting a little bit more back to normal in New Smyrna Beach after that plane crash that you saw. So many people out there with their phones taking pictures, keeping an eye on that. It's certainly not something that you see every day. A couple of things I want to let you know that are happening right now. I want to give you a live look in Cape Canaveral at the city's budget workshop going on right now. They're hearing some public comment because this is all about looking what the city is going to do. We know they are facing a $4 million budget shortfall, so a lot of questions there about what things might look like in the future. And so we're hearing from some folks in the public right now. We are monitoring that. We are also keeping an eye on this. This is the Tampa City Council meeting where we've been hearing some presentations. You can see it is packed inside that Tampa City Council chamber right now. A lot of folks talking, a lot of folks wanting to hear what's going on. Public comment going to continue in just a little bit as well ahead of the City Council's vote on a Rays Stadium deal. So we're watching that obviously with interest because this is something that also in many ways could impact us here in Orlando when it comes to hopes for officials here to bring a Major League Baseball team to the City Beautiful. And so well, let's go ahead and listen back in as this discussion continues at this meeting right now.
Mabry, but someone with maybe ill intent would be a very vulnerable location. So I really look forward to those enhancements, and I think it's going to tremendously impact be a very big improvement of pedestrian safety in the area. Thank you. Anything else that you for 2028, 29?
No, sir. The only thing I will say is the developer has been very collaborative on improving pedestrian movement along Del Mabry, because there's a mutual concern about having a significant volume of pedestrians right at the edge of traffic on Del Mabry, which is where the sidewalk currently is. So we've been working with them on how to maneuver that to protect the pedestrians as much as possible. And so they've been very open in those conversations about possibly even moving that pedestrian amenity onto their property instead of immediately adjacent to the traveling public.
And this is a tough question to ask, but aspirational, can you just confirm that we've started preliminary discussions about transit options and using the Cypress Center and what we can do for transit options as this project moves forward?
Yeah, so we've had some early conversations about how to help transit move around the site better, how to better serve the site. We've looked at even adding some amenities on Tampa Bay Boulevard for bus pull-offs immediately adjacent to these pedestrian facilities. So that is a robust conversation that we're having right now with the transit agency.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Councilwoman Young, then Councilwoman Hurtak.
I think you kind of touched on it a little bit, but do you have a timeline for any of these improvements, the transportation improvements?
I do, and I can come back and give a full presentation on all the dates, but the construction will all occur in the next few years.
And just for the public, can you, what's your title, Justin?
Oh, District 7 Secretary, FDOT District 7 Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary.
And sorry, first out the gate is the Del Mabry at Steinbrenner signal. It'll be this December it'll start. So that's the first project out the gate.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
You talked about transit and possibly helping with some buses. Would that include helping fund the actual routes and the movement of the buses, or does it only include infrastructure?
As of right now, just infrastructure. So the conversation around O&M has not been had. In fact, we have not even been asked to consider O&M. It's just been infrastructure to date.
Generally, do you help? Does FDOT help fund operations and maintenance?
It varies. So the downtown streetcar, for years we've paid for the fares and kept it fare free. So it just varies. It's a case-by-case scenario.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Thank you very much for being here and for being ready for this. You're always a great partner. I want to, before you shut down, I want to talk to President Atwater.
Yeah, I was going to call him up as well. He was the next person I was going to ask. Yes, Councilman Vera.
Thank you for that. And building on something Councilwoman Hurtak said, I would ask Mr. Sebastian Leon, my aide, if you could, he'll connect with you because I'm planning on having a meeting with Hart on Friday, hopefully next Friday on this, if this thing passes. And I'd love, obviously, for your office to be a part of that, building on the wise questions posed by Councilman Hurtak. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, sir, for being here as the council member for both Drew Park and West Tampa. Before all this happened, did you all have any plans at all for the area for improvement in traffic?
So
only improvements I would say that were
the Tampa City Council meeting. We'll keep an eye on that and an ear on that, of course. But I want to get you live to the Oval Office right now, where President Trump is speaking and taking some questions from reporters.
All we need is an ocean. So maybe we'll have to change the name of the Atlantic and/or the Pacific. Maybe we'll change them both.
On doing things like this towards America's allies instead of doing things that...
Well, they haven't treated us well. The Canadian officials have treated us very badly. They're nasty people. They charge our farmers 400% tariffs. They've been doing it for a long time. And I had them figured out in my first term, and I did some pretty strong things and had it getting pretty good. And then the election was rigged, and now I'm coming back and doing it the way it, and finishing the job. But they treat us very badly. Canada treats us very badly. I would say that of all countries, as you know, we have President Xi coming in a couple of weeks. We deal with a lot of people. People oftentimes, they'll ask me, who's the worst to deal with on trade? And I said, that's easy, Canada. They are the worst to trade, and they feel entitled, and just we can't have that.
Mr. President, Ted Cruz keeps teasing a 2020 presidential run. You run against him for president. Do you think he could be president? What's your reaction to it?
You say he's going to run? Or?
He's teasing in 20. He's talking about it.
You don't mean 2020, but you mean
2028.
Yeah. I would say that he's very talented. He's a very good friend of mine. I think he might do that. Yeah.
Mr. President,
He's a talented guy.
Mr. President, what's your reaction? What would you say to those who are concerned a trade dispute with Canada could affect American affordability ahead of midterms?
Well, ultimately, it's going to be very good for us because we're losing. When you talk about affordability, we're losing $62 billion a year on average with Canada. And if you really look at it, we're losing more than that. It's too much. It's too much. We can't lose that. We don't want to lose that. We don't want to lose it anymore.
Mr. President, has Vladimir Putin agreed or committed to not attacking a NATO territory?
I've had good talks with him. He's not going to be attacking a NATO territory.
Mr. President,
the Supreme Court earlier this week ruled on mail-in ballots, and there are states like North Carolina that have ballots that go out next week. How are states supposed to implement this?
Well, they're able to. North Carolina's great. It's a great place. I won it all 3 times. They do some mail-in ballots, but basically they ruled on the legitimacy and the way we want to make them legitimate. And it was a great ruling for the Republican.
Why do you voting by mail, sir? You say it's a concern.
Deliver a warning to Russia not to attack NATO territory during his...
Well, I don't want to comment on that, but they're not going to attack.
What's your reaction
to
the Americans missing in Nepal?
Oh, it's terrible. No, and we've called Nepal and we've offered any help that they need. You know, we have a very good relationship with Nepal, and that was that was mud and water as a mixture. Nobody's ever seen anything quite like that. We're very powerful, strong, well-built buildings were wiped out like they were toothpicks. That's a terrible thing. No, we are sending aid. And we've spoken to the leadership, and we let them know anything they want, we'll have. And there were 50, maybe 60 Americans over there. We haven't gotten the full list yet, but hopefully they're okay. But that looks like something that people will not be. Somebody will be lost, unfortunately.
There is reports that Vladimir Putin is meeting with the president of Iran to talk about a nuclear agreement next week. Is there concern in the administration, in the White House, that these countries aren't taking economic D-Day seriously, that they're going to continue doing business
they're
in
doing
Iran
business,
despite the
No, Iran is right now, they're not paying their troops. They're in deep trouble. They have very little capacity. Last night we took 24 boats through the strait. We're taking them through all the time. I say it very openly. It doesn't mean we're finished with the military, but the strait is open, as you know. The Strait of Hormuz is open. We have control and we have the blockade. Iran's not getting anything. Nothing is going through. Not one ship has gotten through.
Will you punish Putin or Russia if they continue?
Well, it depends. It depends. So far, I think Russia's behaved quite well, having to do with the Strait of Hormuz. And you have to understand, for everything they do, we do also. You know, somebody was saying about China. What about China? We hear they're spying. We spy on them too. That's the way it goes.
Why not sanction Chinese banks, though, who are doing business?
Well, who said I'm not? You said, why not? I mean, who said I'm not? You don't know if I'm doing it. Well, I don't have to announce everything, do I?
Are you President, sir, about what other leaders have you spoken to about this pressure campaign to get them to cut off ties with Iran?
About Iran? There's not a lot to speak to. We don't want to speak to them. We're not looking to meet or anything. The strait is open. We're taking a lot of boats. Millions and millions of barrels of oil are coming out of the strait every day. Other countries recognize that. Every once in a while they shoot some, they put some shots at. We totally cleared the strait we have the best minesweepers in the world. They're underwater minesweepers. And we've totally cleared the strait of mines. And we're watching very closely through Space Force, which is one of my things, one of my many things. But we're watching, we see every inch of the strait. And any boat goes in with a mine, we see it. And we take it out. We've taken out 2 of them. Thank you. So I'll be going to Texas, and we're working very hard. We want to win that race. He's running against a man who should never be. We have a very good candidate, Ken Paxton, and he's running against Telefrico, they call him, because he is a little freaky, and that's not a man that represents the value of Texas. So I'm going to help Ken Paxton. And I'm going to spend a lot of time in Texas. I have the all-time highest vote in the history of Texas also. And I'm going to spend some time there. We're going tonight. Some of you are going with me. Thank you very much, everybody.
President Trump taking some questions from reporters there in the Oval Office after signing an executive order directing the Interior Department to change the name of Lake Ontario to Lake America. This comes amid an escalating trade war between the U.S. and its ally to the north. The president increasing tariffs on Canada recently, and then Canada announcing some retaliatory tariffs of their own. So now the tension between the two countries continuing to escalate, now going to another level there with the president signing that executive order, again renaming Lake Ontario to Lake America. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you right inside this new meeting that just began. It is a meeting of the Central Florida Micromobility Safety Initiative, having a regional roundtable right now. It's going on at the Lynx office in Orlando. We are joining virtually here, and so you're seeing the presentation. But we're about to hear some opening remarks from the members of the board. This is an initiative that is looking at addressing safety concerns about e-bikes, e-scooters, kind of collectively known as micromobility devices. It's something we have talked a lot about. We have heard a lot about how local governments are doing their best to figure out how to address these, whether it's regulations at their level or whatever the case might be. And so let's go ahead and listen in. This meeting's just getting underway, and they're going to be starting with some remarks again from the members on this board. So be interested to hear. This is the first meeting as part of this initiative, this new effort looking at e-bikes and e-scooters in Central Florida. So let's go ahead and listen in.
That accessible to all. So with that, we're going to move to the next slide. I'm so glad it's not just me. So I am like, somebody else should do the clicker. Great. And I want to state again how grateful I am for our executive team. Not every board is as collegial as I believe we are, and that makes us very productive. And so I think it's an important thing to recognize from the outset that these are decisions made as a group. And I'm joined by our Vice Chair, Osceola County Commissioner Viviana Janer, and our Secretary Treasurer, Seminole County Commissioner Bob DeLaury. And at this time, I'm going to ask Commissioner Janer and Commissioner DeLaury if they would like to make some opening remarks.
Well, thank you. I think you did a great job summarizing what we're doing here today. I think it's very important. I love that we're having this discussion as a region and trying to see what the recommendations are. I'm looking forward to see what everybody has to say. I know we've talked about things such as helmets, speed limits, and everything, but what's really important, I think, is the enforcement of anything. So I firmly believe that this is something that the state has to take up, so that way things can get enforced evenly throughout the state. But I'm so happy to have these conversations and perhaps be able to lobby the state in order to get rules and regulations. As we know, these devices, while they're really great, they're causing a lot of safety issues. I shared in Metro Plan myself. I've gotten almost run over by a device a couple of times. So while walking on the sidewalk with my dog. So I think that this conversation is going to be very good. I'm looking forward to hearing from others, especially our law enforcement community. I think we have some full representatives here as well. So I'm looking forward to that. And I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Flores and then
Thank you, Commissioner. And I first want to thank everyone for being here, as well as thank you, Chairman, for hosting this, as well as Lynx. As we said, this needs to be a regional approach, not just from government perspective, the county and the cities, but also from law enforcement and the school system, but most importantly, the community. I will tell you that no matter where you go, everyone talks about e-bikes and e-scooters, but no one really has a solution. And the best way to try to figure out a solution is to be, number one, transparent, bring the community together, and try to truly understand what works, what doesn't work. And I will tell you the biggest part of this is bringing the community together. I think that's what we're doing here today. It's the first step. And Commissioner, as you said, you had it running, I had it running, but it was quite comical because mine was with a little scooter. And me being as tall as I was amazed at how quick that little person just zipped on by. And it was right in front of the sheriff's office, right? But there's no right or wrong answer right now. The real issue is all of us coming together with a common solution so that we can address this holistically and more more importantly, the people that we're talking about come from different demographics and different age groups, and it's hard to decide or try to put one fits all because of the different issues that are out there, depending upon different communities, different age groups, different demographics. And I'm hoping that today is the first start of what we can put together. So, Chairman, I appreciate your leadership on this, and look forward to hearing what's going to happen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. I'm now going to ask Metro Plan Orlando Executive Director Gary Hupman if he could come up and welcome our various stakeholders to lead this introduction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Wilson, and good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Metro Plan, Orlando, I want to thank, first of all, our board leadership team, because it was them that suggested to me that something needed to be done regionally, and being the conveners that we are, it made sense to do this. So thank you for that. Thank you also to Lynx for hosting us, and for all of you for participating this afternoon. One of our functions at Metro Plan Orlando is to bring regional partners together, like we're doing today, especially around those transportation issues that no one organization can take on and solve themselves, and this is clearly one of those. We've deliberately invited people with different responsibilities because of to get a workable regional framework, it takes people that are really invested in it, that are either administering something, enforcing something, or just being hands-on with the project. And so that's the purpose of this. But before we begin with the presentations, we want to go around the table and have you introduce yourselves, name your position, what organization or agency you represent, so that we all know who's here. And it's also for the benefit of those who are joining us online to know who's in the room. So Chrissy, we get to start with you, and then we'll just go around the table.
Chrissy Martin, Director of Transportation for the City of Orlando.
Arturo Perez, I'm with the Professor Engineer for Transportation for Sonoma. Mark Castleberry, I'm the Troop Commander for the Florida Highway Patrol. I'm Brian Alden, I'm the Junior District Police, Orange County Public Schools, and also serves as the district's safety inspector, making responsible for all.
So we're hearing introductions right now from a number of folks who are part of this initiative. It is led by leaders from Osceola County, Orange County, Seminole County. But as you were hearing some of those introductions, you're hearing folks with school districts, with law enforcement, a lot of different backgrounds, everyone really kind of coming to the table quite literally here today to begin a discussion on what e-bike safety might look like. As we've talked about, there were state regulations that were passed by the legislature this past the spring, that the governor ended up vetoing. And so it really is on the responsibility now of local governments, school districts, and that kind of thing, if they hope to regulate, put any restrictions on it, to kind of be their purview. But even beyond the regulations and restrictions question is just the issue of safety. We've heard from doctors in the area recently talking about just the increase of injuries that they are seeing when it comes to e-bikes and e-scooters and that kind of thing. And so really a pressing issue that so many are looking to discuss and looking to try to solve if possible. And so that's where this meeting comes in. We're going to step aside, take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Getting our first presentation in this e-bike and e-scooter safety meeting that's happening right now in Orlando. So I want to go ahead and listen in as they get underway, and we'll listen in a few more minutes here to kind of hear what they're discussing and what they're kind of kicking off. You see the beginning, kind of why we are here. That's what they're talking about right now. So let's go ahead and listen in to see what they kind of are using as their baseline for this discussion.
To stop what they're doing, but it's about making sure that things connect across jurisdictional and organizational lines. In June, when the Metro Plan Orlando Board asked staff to bring the region's partners together to better understand these challenges, and they wanted to learn what organizations are already doing and determine whether greater regional coordination could move the safety needle. And so today's roundtable is our response to that charge. Again, we're not starting from zero, and we're not here to replace any local efforts. We're here to listen. We're here to identify common ground. We're here to elevate promising practices and to better understand the gaps that no single organization can address alone. So the increase in micromobility use, the growth behind this has been significant, as we know. Nationally, shared micromobility systems record more than 225 million trips in 2024, and that is a 31% increase over the prior year. And that number only captures the shared system. It doesn't fully reflect the rapid growth in private-owned devices, those that are purchased online and through retailers. The appeal is easy to understand. These devices can close the first and last mile gaps. It can connect people to work and school and reduce the cost of short trips. And they also provide another transportation option. In fact, we had our community advisory committee meet on yesterday, and one of the members shared how important it is to understand that these micromobility devices are a lifeline for some people to get to work, to get to school. But we're talking about making sure that the responses are responsible. So if this video were to have played, it would have shared with us where we have gone since micromobility devices landed in Central Florida. I can remember sitting around our board table and discussing the birds are coming, and it was, kind of funny to hear about those micromobility devices that were on the way to Central Florida. And at that time, the conversation was more about it's going to make scooter litter. It's going to be scooters all over the sidewalk. They're not going to get back where they're supposed to be. People are going to leave them everywhere. What's going to happen? They're going to be in front of the businesses. And now we have gone from that to this video that we unfortunately were not able to play. But today, police, fire, health officials are having trauma training. They're having training exercises to respond to the consequences of what happens when someone is having, or it has the consequences that happen when someone has a tragic fall. So what began largely as a conversation about these devices being left has become much broader. The technology has advanced, the devices have become faster, more powerful. It's not a day that any of us are driving along the street that you don't see one of these things zipping by, and in that, the person is not wearing a helmet. And I don't know how many near misses you all have had, but I have had a few of my own. And so the shift that is before us launches the conversation, and it now requires us to come up with a coordinated response. So the risks are regional. Metro Plan Orlando is not a regulatory enforcement or operating agency. Our role is to convene regional partners, to connect the related efforts, and to help the region address transportation challenges that cross organizational and jurisdictional boundaries. What we've seen is that micromobility landscape is broad. It involves mobility, safety, education, enforcement, emergency response and infrastructure, and also public policy and public understanding. That's why Metro Plan's role was to bring the right partners together. And as these headlines on the screen demonstrate, the accidents and injuries are continuing, communities are responding, but they're not necessarily aligning. So where is that nexus? School districts are establishing restrictions for the students. Local governments are considering new ordinances. Law enforcement agencies are confronting mass rides, and they're working through the questions about what could or should be enforced. So the concern is regional, but the responses remain at this point in time largely jurisdiction by jurisdiction. And so before we can have a meaningful regional conversation today, we need to understand the devices themselves, how they're classified, where they can operate, and what those rules are that apply. And so Laura Balk is going to come now, and she's going to lead us into a more detailed landscape about these shared e-bike safety education and the initiatives that Metro Plan Orlando has underway. Laura?
All right, thank you, Virginia. All right, so my presentation is really gonna do a bit of table setting, providing some definitions about what we mean when we talk about the various types of e-micromobility devices, talk a little bit about how these are currently regulated under Florida law, some recent legislation and ordinances that are shaping how our region is currently responding, and then I'm gonna end with a little topper about some education and engagement work that's already underway. Thank you. So when we talk about the term e-micromobility, that really covers a range of sort of small, low-speed electric-powered devices. Here in our region, you're going to see sort of e-bikes, e-scooters, both seated and non-seated, our one-wheels, our balance bikes. What really brings them all together is they are all designed for individual use. They're typically 20 to 36 inches in width and 50 pounds or less in weight. Under Florida statute, micromobility devices, inclusive of e-scooters, are granted the same rights and duties as bicycle riders. They do not require a driver's license, vehicle registration, or insurance. Next slide. Thank you very much. All right, and then when we dig into our definitions for e-bikes, where you're going to find the legal definition for e-bikes is in FS 316.003, where it defines an e-bike as a device that needs fully operable pedals, a seat, or a saddle for the use of the rider. It does not exceed 750 watts, and this point really matters. A lot of what we're seeing on the street, particularly in those higher powered e-motos, which I'm going to talk about in a bit, they don't really meet the definition for an e-bike, which is part of why enforcement is getting complicated. Within that e-bike definition, it does define 3 classes of e-bikes, which I'll go through one by one. For our class 1 e-bikes, those are defined as those that are equipped with a motor that provides assistance only when the rider is pedaling. With that pedal assist, the assistance cuts off once the bike reaches 20 miles per hour. For our class 2 For our class 2 e-bikes, that combines both the pedal assist option, but there's also a throttle option. So it's defined per statute as a bicycle that is equipped with a motor that may be used exclusively to propel the bike without any pedaling required. And that assistance stops once the bike reaches 20 miles an hour, similar to class 1 e-bikes. With that throttle option, that allows the rider to either twist the grip or push a lever, and the motor engages instantly with no pedaling required. This category is where we start to see some more variability in how the devices are actually used on the road, since riders are able to get those moving without pedaling at all. When we look at our class 3 e-bikes, I think me and Lisa are fighting. Those are defined as bicycles that are pedal assist only, but the motor does keep providing assistance up to 28 miles per hour rather than 20. So our class 3 e-bikes are very similar to class 1, but they provide that assistance up to 28 miles per hour. And while we're talking definitions, I do want to go ahead and define our e-scooters, which per statute are defined as a motorized scooter.
So going through some definitions right now about what they are looking at. You heard some of the reasons for this whole meeting and whole initiative to begin with, some of the statistics, some of the headlines you saw there, some of the reasons that leaders from these counties are getting together and discussing this because essentially, as they say, this is has become such an emerging issue and continuing to be something that we know needs to be addressed at different levels, as we heard, because of the different backgrounds of all the people who are part of this. So kind of all hands on deck looking at addressing this. Well, we're getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but don't go anywhere. Our live streaming news coverage will continue next. We'll reset at the top of the hour. We'll welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. Going to check in with Fox 35's Chris Lindsay for the latest on that plane crash that we were watching in New Smyrna Beach earlier.
And streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us. It is 2 o'clock on this Thursday afternoon. We are live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, Fox 35, Fox 51. A lot of ways you can watch us, and we appreciate you joining us. If you're just joining us on the TV side or in Tampa, welcome in. We've been live streaming the last several hours, and there's been a lot going on today that we have been keeping an eye on. I want to let you know a couple of things that we are watching at this hour, a couple of interesting meetings, one that's happening in Orlando, one that's happening in Tampa. So we'll talk about those for a minute here right off the start here. Let me give you a live look right now inside this meeting in Orlando where a group of local leaders, law enforcement, school district officials, all discussing e-bikes and e-scooter safety. They're talking about a number of different things. This meeting just got started a few minutes ago, or maybe about half an hour ago or so at this point. This is a roundtable discussion of the Central Florida Micro-Mobility Safety Initiative, something that they started to really address the ongoing issue and the growing issue of safety when it comes to those what they have kind of lumped in as the term of micro-mobility devices, essentially a non-conversational way of saying e-bikes and e-scooters, which you've seen them. You may have had close calls with them, whether you being walking along the sidewalk or maybe driving a car or something like that. It is a growing issue. Statistics show that the number of injuries, we've heard that from doctors and so many around the region, and many agencies and localities trying to figure out what to do about it. Is it regulations? Is it restrictions? But the bottom line is I think everyone agrees that something has to be done at the safety angle so that we stop seeing so many injuries. And so that's what they're discussing right now. We've been listening in a little bit on that. We are also keeping a close eye right now on this Tampa City Council meeting. Let me give you a live look where they have had hours of public comment and going to be more public comment throughout the afternoon. You can see so many showing up today to talk ahead of an expected vote this afternoon on the Tampa Bay Rays stadium deal. This is a big deal today, the first of 2 votes expected this week, one from the Tampa City Council. That's the one today. We're also watching the Hillsborough County Commission meeting. They're expected to vote tomorrow, and if they both move that forward, then essentially construction will be allowed to move forward. They're trying to meet that 2029 opening day target date, and so we are watching this. There's been some contentious parts of this meeting today, and some interesting questions and some pushback from members of the city council there in Tampa. Again, there was a group of public comment earlier, more public comment now, so we're going to check in on that coming up in just a little bit and get the latest on that, because it's something we're watching closely, obviously in the Bay Area, here in Central Florida as well, for repercussions and things like that, for what it might mean moving forward. But this is essentially a vote today and tomorrow for Tampa that has been years in the making, and so we'll check in and talk more about that in just a little bit. But I want to get the latest now. We've been following and have taken some live looks over the last hour or so at the scene in New Smyrna Beach, where a small plane had crashed right on the beach there, right on the shoreline. And Fox 35's Chris Lindsay has been out there and joins us live now via Zoom to give us the latest. Chris, it was quite the sight out there. We'll pop up video of it here in just a second. But what do we know? What are we learning about this plane crash there?
Well, so far we know that this was a small Banner plane that went down in the water here near New Smyrna Beach. We're told that one person was on the aircraft, and that person is not suffered any serious injuries. That's the plane there. We spoke with witnesses who actually saw it go down, and they were just wondering what was going on. We don't have a clear indication of why they crashed, but you can see how badly damaged the plane is there. About 30 minutes ago or so, there was a crew out here that hooked it up and towed it away. So it has been cleared from the water, and there's no reason to avoid the shore at this time. Right now, multiple agencies are investigating what caused this crash.
It looks like quite a bit of damage to that plane, Chris.
Yes, and we viewed a video from one of the witnesses. There were several people out there who were taking video. It was a pretty hard crash. As you can imagine, they tried to soften the blow as much as they could while going into the water, but it was effectively nose down just on the edge of the shore. So just a few more feet, it could have been a much more severe situation, but the plane is badly damaged, and you can see there the tow trucks carrying it away from the shore as they continue to investigate.
Quite the scene out there too. We saw the video just a minute ago of some folks holding up their cell phones, kind of watching all this. What did they tell you about what the scene was like as they were out on the beach and kind of watching this come down?
Yeah, everybody was just confused. They saw it sort of start to go toward the shore. They weren't sure what was happening. As I mentioned, there were people who pulled their phone out just trying to see what was going on. But at a certain point, you see it start to take a pretty serious dive. So obviously at that point, they knew something was wrong. I imagine due to the softening of the blow by the water, that's one of the main reasons that the pilot was able to walk away. Again, we're told that they were the only person on the aircraft. There were no injuries to anyone in the area or to the pilot themselves.
That's good, because I would imagine there were probably quite a few people out on the beach at the time.
Yes, right now there are dozens of people out here on the shore, particularly in this area. Right now there are still some people out there just kind of discussing what happened. There were people taking video, and we actually spoke with one of the men who captured the video as it was going down. He made sure to keep his distance, but there's a pretty good shot that shows there was a massive splash that happened when they made contact with the water. The pilot actually got out on their own, climbed out, and was able to get checked out, but as of now, no serious injuries.
That's kind of amazing, and definitely a good thing that that pilot is okay, that nobody else was hurt, but still quite the excitement out there on New Smyrna Beach today, it sounds like.
Absolutely, and there's a good look at people kind of just gathering around. It's not often that you see a plane crash and then effectively one that's just feet away from possibly a tragedy here. So everybody was just shocked to see what was going on, and they're still out here on the shore as investigators continue to take a look at what happened. Again, this was a banner plane. We have not identified the business that it is associated with at this time, but it is known to carry banners, and somehow the pilot made it out okay despite the damage you see there.
Yeah, and so still under investigation, still trying to figure out what exactly happened here, you said?
Certainly, the FAA and NTSB often take a bit to go through all of the factors that could be at play here, whether it be the amount of fuel, whether there was some sort of mechanical error, or if possibly the pilot made some sort of user error. But those are some of the things that will probably take a bit before we get the final report on that.
Well, Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, we appreciate you joining us and giving us a look at what's been happening out there on the beach in Volusia County, New Smyrna Beach. And again, thankfully, everyone's okay out there. Quite the scene. But Chris, we appreciate the update.
Thank you.
And we are going to take a break here on Florida Live. Before we do, in case you are just joining us, one other thing that I wanted to mention just a few minutes ago of some of the things we've been tracking. It was just moments ago, in the last half hour or so, President Trump announced in the Oval Office signing an executive order to rename Lake Ontario Lake America, amid an ongoing and escalating trade war with our ally to the north. So some tension there, and this would change how the U.S. designates that lake, not necessarily how Canada considers it and what they call it, but certainly an interesting development there. President Trump taking some questions from reporters inside the Oval Office as well. So that's another big national story that we are tracking at this hour. Right now, though, we are just getting started here on Florida Live. Still have a lot to get to. So we're going to go ahead and step aside, take a quick break right now. When we come back, we're going to check in on that Tampa City Council meeting and some of what we're hearing about the discussion ahead of a Rays Stadium vote, the first of two very important votes this week. So keep it right here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. It is just about 2:12 on this Thursday afternoon. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox Local, and we are checking in with our friends in Tampa today now for our Tampa Connection, where we find and discuss some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And so I want to go ahead and bring in Fox 13 streaming host Regina Gonzalez, joining me live now from Studio D, their streaming studio there in Tampa. Regina, we appreciate you joining us today because the big story there today, something we're watching closely here in Orlando as well, and that's this Tampa City Council meeting all about the Rays Stadium vote. What's going on?
Yep. Garrett, good afternoon to you. That is the biggie here today. I know you've kind of been dipping in and out of the meeting, just like we have over here in Tampa, because, I mean, I'll admit some parts of this are, I don't want to use the term boring, but it's just not what they're going through. Paperwork, they're going through, the nitty gritty of the money. So not always the most fun to watch. But right now, I can show you that public comment has officially gotten underway. So to backtrack here, we can listen into this for a little bit since we are hearing from people now. And it's interesting. We've kind of noticed that folks who have not agreed with this stadium deal are showing up in black. That might be something that we're catching on to. But city staff and attorneys for the last couple of hours have been walking council through the construction agreements, financing structure, and several proposed amendments, including Amendment 3. So like I said, the nitty-gritty portion of the process, who is responsible for construction, when the money would be released, what conditions the Rays must meet, and what protections the city would have if the project falls behind or does not move forward. We know under the proposed agreement, Tampa's contribution would be capped at $80 million, paid in 4 $20 million installments beginning in 2027, and Hillsborough County would be responsible for up to $796 million. The Rays would contribute more than $1.3 billion and cover any construction cost overruns. The plan would place the new ballpark on the Hillsborough College Dale Mabry campus. So really quickly here, if we want, with new plans comes new renderings, right? And this was more than just a ballpark. This is used for an entire multi-acre property of land. So these are the renderings real quick of what this would look like. So it's going to include housing, businesses, retail, and hotels. We even heard from one representative today throughout the course of this meeting representing Hillsborough College, excited about what opportunities this will bring for students in the future, not only to work, but to learn and in sport management programs alongside the Tampa Bay Rays. It would create a lot of opportunities. So obviously you've got people that have concerns, taxpayers, traffic. If, let's say, the Rays and the Bucks go crisscross on the seasons, they're in the same area. So why don't we listen in, Garrett, if you're okay with it? We'll listen into some of this public comment because it is starting to heat up a little in there.
Yeah, let's listen in.
Today. So I just don't think that you guys are in enough of a position to honestly vote. And then we're not even going to talk about the elephant in the room. There are a couple of them. One, Amendment 3, we don't know what that looks like. If we ever, heaven forbid, have another Helena or Milton, does the city really have enough money to therefore help the residents of the city out? Or is it now going to be tied up in a development that they are not willing to, they're not going to be able to take care of because that's not their role? So do we have enough money to loan? I've always been under the mindset you don't loan money that you don't have. So because you might not get it back. There are just a lot of holes when you guys were asking the questions. It looks like we're not going to get back all of our money and we'll be spending more than what we have. But again, you don't know if that is fact because you just found this information out. If you go to a multi-million-dollar home that you want to buy, you have to show financials before you even get shown the house. And yet we don't have any financials from the Rays. We don't have a full plan of knowing exactly what it's going to do. So I am just asking, take a beat, wait until the 3rd because this is your legacy. You guys, none of you will be sitting on council by the time all of the revelation of what this turns out to be comes to pass. You do not want people remembering you as the people who screwed the city 20 years ago. So you need to take a moment and actually make sure you fully understand so that your grandkids or your kids who are running around don't walk around in shame because you are the ones who made their situation worse. So just take a beat. I was coming up here with a very strict plan, but I honestly don't know how you make a decision when you don't have full information. So thank you for your time. And again, I know it's not an easy decision, but take a beat.
Thank you, Amy. Michelle Dyson, Stephen Gerhard, Jim Davidson, Carmen Edmonds.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Dyson. I am currently a bartender at Tropicana Field. I've never really been in politics or public spoke until this, and it's definitely taught me a lot. There seems to be a little bit of a double standard. I have empathy for all the community, the working class people. I'm a working class person, and I definitely support helping people. But empathy can't override common sense. Every meeting I stand here at this podium, I stand here listening to people at this podium talk keywords like affordable housing, nonprofit, anything free. And it seems like we hand those monies off with a lot of ease. I don't see any financials. I don't see a lot of vetting. Things have to be done. But then when a private partner comes and steps up to the plate offering over $1 billion to bring massive income growth, thousands of jobs, it switches gears. We hold their feet to the fire. We're stalling. We scrutinize. We ask this, continual. It's really easy for you to give money to an unproven entity, but so difficult for you to accept a massive private investment. We can't hate the wealthy. They give money, they invest in us, they give us jobs. So instead, I'd like to thank all of you for listening to the community, especially Ken Babby, who I have the opportunity to work with, for negotiating, staying at the table, keeping the deal alive. We've been waiting, people like, oh, it's only been this long or that long, but it's been 20 years. Between St. Pete and over here, people have been trying to work this out, and I think now is the time to do it for us, for the working class, for the taxpayers. And my job as a bartender, if somebody comes up and says, hey, can you pour me a drink, but they don't give me any money, I have to say, let me see the card. Well, I think the over $1 billion that they showed us is a good reference to this multi-use facility here that we should have. And I hope that we stop, pushing away the big investment and approve the raise deal to protect our livelihoods, bring our jobs and housing to the working class. And we can't mislead these people that if we don't spend the money on this, they're going to get the money, because that is not the truth. And you know that, and I know that. So it's important that we still listen to everybody, that we do what's best for the future. And hopefully I have a job for always until my time leaves this earth, that I can work at the race.
Thank you, Michelle. John Biazek? How do you say it?
I'm Steven.
Okay, you're Steven. Where's the John? Any is John here? B-Y-A-Z-E-K. Bychek. John Bychek. John, if you're downstairs and you hear this, John Byzek, if you're downstairs and you hear this, please come to the council chambers and make yourself known. I will call you when you get up here. John?
So pretty interesting, Regina, to hear some of this public comment. And like you pointed out earlier, the people who are wearing black, essentially in mourning in some ways, while we know there's also a number of folks there wearing their Rays garb. You can see some folks wearing Rays jerseys in the background.
I know. Listen, I will say what our producer kind of picked that up, saying it seems like everybody who is not for this decision appears to be wearing black. Yeah, almost as you said, they're in mourning. As I was listening, it sounds like, Garrett, we just heard from a bartender from Tropicana Field hoping if the Rays move over here in Tampa, that they will take a lot of their employees with them. So that's kind of the big thing here, is obviously this decision seems just so amazing in the long run, but you have to think about the people that have already dedicated so much time to this team, and just think about, there are so many bars and restaurants around Tropicana Field, like Ferg's and all these places that thrive off of games being at the Trop and in St. Petersburg. So ultimately, even though, some fans want to see the Rays come over to Tampa, it's going to be a big change.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see. Now, just kind of set up for us, because obviously we know this is one vote today and a big one, no doubt about that, but a big one tomorrow too in Hillsborough County. What are we watching there?
Yeah, so I can even play some sound for you. Commissioners, basically, how things go today will ultimately determine how things go tomorrow. I can actually play for you some sound here. We did have our very own Walter Allen, one of our Good Day anchors. He chatted with one of the commissioners who has been a big part of this, Hillsborough County Commissioner Ken Hagan. He asked him, hey, listen, what are we thinking about, this vote today and tomorrow? Here's what he had to say. Let's get that here for you.
What is anticipated from the council vote today? Do you guys have enough votes for this?
Honestly, I learned very long ago never to presume how a certain elected official is going to vote or how an issue is going to turn out. That being said, I have to believe that the Rays are confident that they have support at City Council today, or they would not have asked for the council to take up the issue this morning. So I'm putting a lot of faith in the team that they're confident.
There you have it. I love that line. He said something, don't get ahead of your chickens before they're counted. But basically, yes, today's vote only covers the city's part of the agreement. And even if Tampa approves it, Hillsborough County commissioners must still approve the county's much larger contribution. And that is the vote that we are watching for tomorrow. So I heard you mention at the top of the show, but from the Rays fans I have spoken to, they said they're watching really closely today, but tomorrow, if that's all approved, then there's probably going to be some parties around here.
That is going to be a major step. I mean, we have talked time and time again about how this has literally, no exaggeration, been decades-long process for the Rays trying to get another stadium, and so it really kind of coming down to it this week, and we'll see what happens. Like we said too, watching it closely here in Orlando. We wouldn't mind having a Major League Baseball team, but we'll see what happens. Regina,
I know you're trying to steal that, and that's not going to happen.
Darn. Well, Fox 13 streaming host Regina Gonzalez, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection. Going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Thanks, Garrett. Take care.
Live look downtown Orlando, Lake Eola right now. A lot of clouds in the sky on this Thursday afternoon. Got to check in now with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, who joins us live now. And Noah, I'm not sure that you have a microphone on, so I'm going to hand this to you here, and we'll get that microphone on you so that we can.
The funny thing is, I've been sitting here for like 10 minutes.
You have.
I totally forgot to put the microphone on, but yeah, no, that's okay.
I was a little preoccupied, but I guess I could have looked over and seen too. But yeah, we'll get that microphone on you. Go ahead
Yes, okay.
and put that on. I know there's a lot of things we're going to be watching. You know, we see the clouds in the sky right now. I assume we're going to be talking about the chance of some storms, some showers. It looks like it's getting darker out there right now where we are too.
Yeah, you know, Garrett, the thing is, yesterday was gangbusters for storms. Tonight's not going to be anything as big as what yesterday ended up being. For many people, yesterday was like the biggest storm day of the summer in terms of afternoon showers and storms. So today, I don't think it's going to be anything as big, anything as major as yesterday turned out to be. But we're definitely going to have some showers and storms out there. So we've got two things I want to talk to you about today. We've got just about 10 minutes here on Florida Live. I'll take you through a few things, really just two things. The storms today in the next few days. I'll hit you up with the Daytona forecast for the weekend. And then also, I'm going to talk to you about the tropics because we do have Tropical Storm Dolly that Garrett talked to you about earlier a couple hours ago. But I'll give you the latest on Dolly and if we have to be worried about Tropical Storm Dolly here in the state of Florida. All right, so what's going on right now? Here's the live radar 228. We've got a collection of showers and storms out there. They're generally west of Orlando, where I've circled, and they're all moving to the east. So everything is going to drift towards the beaches, where yesterday they started at the beaches and worked inland. So a little bit different flow today in the atmosphere. Now, no warnings. Generally, we don't get really... See that little polygon there by Dade City? Generally, we don't really, in fact, a lot of the times we toggle these off on our weather presentation, these special weather statements, because there's so many and it's summer and they're normal storms. So my point is there's no severe warnings right now. Remember, those are those flashing yellow polygons. So things are good right now in terms of any severe potential. In fact, tonight, I don't really see much of that. Yesterday, we had a couple severe storm warnings. We had one in Brevard, a couple in Polk, one in... by Orlando. I don't really think there's any severe threat today. So these are just your garden variety summer storms. Still, though, obviously lightning is a big concern for us, right, in Florida, and downpours affect you. But in terms of anything out of the ordinary, typical summer storms for tonight is the expectation. All right, so let me start you in Brevard. We've got a couple of storms here just off the coast of Melbourne Beach. Those are moving away. So most of Brevard right now is dry. Around the theme parks, we'll go towards Epcot, Magic Kingdom. A little shower just went through Magic Kingdom. Epcot is dry. Disney Springs is dry. SeaWorld is dry, but there'll probably be a shower there in a little bit. Some showers up by Ocoee. Also down by Williamsburg. Further to the north, a couple of downpours and some lightning around Orange City and Deltona. Not a lot of lightning in those. Probably the strongest storm on the board right now is this one here by Salt Springs and Pearson. We've got a couple of showers here by Port Orange and Ponce Inlet, down by the Smyrna Yacht Club, down towards Edgewater. Now, none of these are overly strong. In fact, there's a little shower by Flagler Beach. However, we do have a practice and a lot of people, a lot of media, a lot of fans at Daytona already, especially in the infield. So I'm going to track this thunderstorm here because there is some lightning with it. There is a shower in Daytona's vicinity now, but it's not really that much. So around Daytona, we'll say about 3:20. So right now it's 2:30. Just under an hour, we'll have a downpour, some lightning, maybe 40-mile-an-hour gusts. So if you know anybody that's at the Speedway or in that vicinity, there'll be a downpour coming in with some lightning. I've got the arrival time progged at about 3:20. So 45, 50 minutes or so from now for a downpour there. Let me turn on the hail. In fact, notice there's no hail. I'll make the whole region view on the hail tracker. And yesterday we had this on the late news. Let me see if I still have the photo pulled up. We'll come back to Dolly here in a second. Okay, so I don't have the hail video from yesterday. I'll see if I can pull it up in a second. But yesterday we had one small hail report in Claremont. We had a good video of somebody's lanai getting hammered with hail. Like a lot of small hail, like it was really sounded pretty loud. I make that point because hail in August is actually pretty uncommon to even rare for us. We don't get a lot of hail in August. And all of us on the storm team got some messages yesterday asking about it, and it's a great question. because think about it, right? What is hail? Well, what is hail? It's ice, literally ice. So to get hail, you need the air or the thunderstorm to be at a point in the atmosphere over Earth where the air is below 32, which think about it. You go outside right now, the temperature outside currently, take a look at this.
Warmer than 32.
Way warmer than 32. And it's actually very fascinating, Garrett. You know, people have asked this a lot in summer. It's actually a great point to explain because the freezing level is like 45, 50,000 feet up this time of the year here. So we actually don't get a lot of hail in August. It's actually pretty uncommon to get hail in July or August. In fact, fall, winter, and early spring, basically like October to March is our hail season, October to April. Outside of that, hail is actually kind of uncommon. So just to give you an update on these storms for today and really the next few weeks, it's lightning, downpours, and wind. Hail is pretty uncommon. So yesterday we had 1 or 2 reports of some pretty decent hail. That's not typical for August storms, just because to reach that point of the sky, the storm's got to really be tall. And they're just not that big on a run-of-the-mill day-to-day basis this time of the year. Now, once you get to March in Florida, the freezing level is only like 10,000 feet. So your average run-of-the-mill shower or a cold front can produce some big hail. That's when we do get hail events around Orlando and Central Florida, but it's August, not April. So general thunderstorms moving east over the next few hours. You see them there. I'll put the loop on the radar. You can see everything's going to work its way towards the beaches, work its way towards Brevard. Nothing too earth-shattering. I don't think there's any flooding or big stuff. But we do have, or I should say did have, for our friends down in the Fox 13 and Tampa area, we did have a severe thunderstorm actually a few minutes ago. That came in by Anna Maria and Bradenton. There's a pretty strong storm over the bay right now. That would probably be the only area where there could be a strong storm for today is coming into Tampa Bay, going up towards Brandon and by Sun City Center, which would be over here, maybe a little thunderstorm. But outside of that, I don't really see a threat for anything severe for us today. So I'm zooming out, show you the southeast. A lot of, just call them popcorny showers and storms. A lot of typical summer storms from South Carolina through Florida. But notice there's no flashing polygons, nothing severe. I'll zoom you further out, and actually there is some severe weather today. Oddly enough, it's in New York and New Jersey. You see that light yellow? That's a severe thunderstorm watch. And in fact, up here today, we actually have some severe thunderstorms from Philly down through the Jersey Shore, over towards New York, and up towards Syracuse. So big flight delays to the northeast hubs today. By the way, I should mention a lot better today at MCO. I checked yesterday. It was actually the top 3 most weather impacted airport on Earth yesterday. There's a global site that tracks those types of things, the amount of weather impacted delays. So very significant. In fact, we had, I think it was like over 15 diversions to Tampa, Sarasota, and Miami yesterday from planes. And a lot of people got diverted, had to wait for a few hours. So we had people coming into Orlando yesterday because of the weather. They're supposed to come in at 4 and got here at midnight, 1 in the morning. So a lot better today in that regard. The storms are nowhere near as intense as yesterday. And you can see there's a little shower now from like Fairview in the bottom left. Then Daytona, not raining now, but again, we have a shower here coming in about 30 to 40 minutes. All right, so quick check of the heat index. Then we're going to hit the futurecast and the tropics. Where it hasn't rained yet, heat index is about 100, typical for late August. By the way, too, the rainy season. The rainy season does have a definition here. It's not just a loosely defined thing. Mid-May to mid-September is what the Weather Service locally defines the rainy season as. In fact, it's specifically May 15th to September 15th when that's the daily showers and storms around. I mention that because it's August 27th. We only have a couple weeks left until we're going to start talking about our first, I know, cold front. Crazy to think about that. So it's not going to be much longer of these daily showers and storms. But here's your Friday planner. The morning is fine. Tomorrow, like today, storms and showers will move to the east across central Florida. Here's 4:30. So your Friday evening commute, downpours around Seminole County, Orlando. I don't think there's anything too severe tomorrow. Now, I do have some positivity to give you for the weekend. Saturday, the flow switches from east to west. And here's 4:30. Here's 6. For the Coke 0400, I actually think it's going to be fine. Might not even rain at all, which is crazy because 4 of the last 6 February races have been rain impacted. And seemingly the summer race, which is supposed to be the opposite, and why people say they don't go to it because it's going to rain, is totally fine. So just a side note that is pretty bizarre that the summer race is going to be fine again, and the February race the last few years has been really impacted by that. One last check of the tropics quick. We do have Dolly out there. It's a 40-mile-an-hour tropical storm. You see that there. It's moving west at 24. Over the next several days, it's going to really struggle. There's the models. You see generally drifting towards Puerto Rico. It'll probably fall apart to some degree by the time it's around here. What we'll be concerned about next week is that if by some chance it survives a period of really hostile wind shear in this area, could it reform in the Bahamas next week into something more potent, which obviously if it did, we'd be more concerned about it because it's right off our doorstep. But right now that appears to be a low probability, but not zero. So generally off to the west. It'll struggle north of Puerto Rico. A lot of the models kill it off, then try to show it in maybe 10 days, whatever's left reforming. So this will be something we're talking about for a while. It's not an imminent concern for us, but you can see there it is way out there. Here is the view right now of Dolly. Let me give you one more view of that. Sorry, here's the correct stats on Dolly. So there it is. And if you're curious what it is, it's actually this right here. It's not even that big. That's Dolly right there. And the center of Dolly from our doorstep is about 3,000 miles away. So it is way out in the eastern Pacific Atlantic. So we'll watch Dolly, Garrett. Coke Zero race Saturday should be good. Storms are going to be inland and moving away. And then tonight, just garden variety storms, nothing as intense as we had last night. By the way, some places had their wettest day of the summer yesterday.
Wow.
We actually had over 5 inches of rain in parts of Orlando last night. So a little bit less intense for the PM storms today.
All right, we will take that.
Yes.
Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Berggren, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
And as we go to break, we'll give you that live look right now over Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Keep it right here. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, Fox 35, and Fox 51, too. We really appreciate you joining us. I want to get you to a meeting that's happening right now. We actually talked about it about 40 minutes ago now at the start of our show here, where we were talking about this panel, this roundtable discussion with folks from a number of different counties, Osceola County, Orange County, Seminole County, and from different backgrounds as well, talking about e-bikes and really looking specifically at e-bike safety. And so they're going through some questions right now in this meeting, things like what safety challenges do you see, what is working, what isn't working, how can we collaborate as a region to kind of look at this and address this, because they've identified it as a growing problem on a number of different fronts. And so I want to go ahead and get us inside this meeting right now. We'll go ahead and listen in. We've got a crew that is there right now. I'm actually going to pull the audio from the Zoom feed. So if you see things not exactly line up, that's why. Just because the audio is a little
our campus, so that's why it's so important to partner with the city, the county.
Take that back. It looks like our audio is sounding pretty good right now. So we're going to go ahead and listen in as this meeting continues. And folks from a number of different backgrounds discuss addressing e-bike safety. And I say e-bikes, I also mean e-scooters. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Yeah, I understand, we have class 1, 2, and 3 e-bikes, but those e-motorcycles, I've seen some where I don't think you can even register them. I think it's meant for, someone's backyard or motocross. It's not meant to be registered and road ready. So I really think that is something that we should, nip. But that's all I got.
Thank you. And I was going to say, as an Orange County Commissioner, thank you for being a great partner. That ordinance language, the information that we've been working on with our jurisdictions will be coming back at the end of September, the last BCC.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lauren Torres, Senior Project Manager and Transbank Liaison for Orange County. We've been working on this for quite some time. Actually, it was a directive from Commissioner Wilson's office, a discussion at BCC in December, where we realized that there was something that we needed to do, but we needed to get the information. So we gathered a bunch of our partners. Many of you are here, so thank you for continuing to be wonderful partners with us. And as part of that, I don't want to call it task force, more of a subgroups, we realized that there were different areas that we needed to really focus on. I think one of the challenges that we've been seeing is just obviously a lack of education, but not just on riders, not just the children, but also adults, and also the people that are buying these devices for children, right? So, and it's a balancing act, because this is still a viable transportation option for many people. So I don't think banning them, and I don't think the county believes that banning these devices is the right way to go. But we also realize that there is a safety problem with these. So some of the things that we have been doing is working with our partners with OCPS and with Bike Walk Central Florida, as well as Children's Safety Village, to ensure that we're getting some of that education out there. We've also been working with AAA and figuring out if there are ways from the marketplace that we can get that information out, maybe through a brick and mortar stores, since they have offices there. Is there opportunity there, right? Can we provide that information so when you go and buy the device, you already have this information? We're also working on an ordinance, obviously, and we're trying to, again, do that balancing act of still providing for safe use of the devices, but also understanding that it is a transportation option that is here to stay. As far as the gaps that I see, like I said, many people have said, it's just a lack of education and understanding of these devices, the types of devices. It's very hard for our law enforcement officers, and I'm sure they'll say this too, to even recognize the types of devices that there are, right? So knowing and understanding what's legal and not legal, it's not really easy to see. And I really respect the fact that with our law enforcement partners, they don't want to give uniform traffic citations to 12-year-olds and 14-year-olds, right? That's a really important part. We don't want these children to have records. So Orange County has been working really hard with the Sheriff's Office to figure out a way to make it so we still have some sort of framework, but still understand that we really want to spread that message of safety. Some of the barriers that I see, just that, there are, again, for me, sometimes it's the parents who are thinking they're buying this for their children, giving them this option. A lot of working parents don't have to worry about how their kids are going to come home after they've gone to an after-school activity, right? So they're buying these devices, not realizing how fast they go. From a regional perspective, for consistency, we've mentioned it when we did our presentation in May, having a policy framework as well as ordinances that cross all counties, because no one knows. and jurisdictions, because no one knows when they're in the city of Orlando, when they're in Orange County, when they're in the city of Maitland, when they're in Osceola County. I mean, so just like the gentleman, the officer said earlier, 27 miles to get into their jurisdiction. People are using this for transportation. I think what success looks like in 1 to 3 years is obviously providing one message, one safety message, one similar ordinance, one similar policy framework, and it's going to take all of us to do that. So I'm very excited to be part of this group. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Orlando Rolone with Links. Great point. Their last point that you made, that a lot of people are depending on this mode of transportation, with our metro area being 2.5, 2.7 million, depending on what number you use and how many jurisdictions we include. It's a lot of people are dependent for this to get to and from. If you notice out here near our bus station, you saw that a bunch of the rental bikes or scooters were on the side. As we develop ideas on how to address this, we need to also address the business side of it and how they utilize our areas, so that when people come to Links, for example, they know that there's a corral where they can go and park their bikes instead of leaving them on the sidewalk where someone on a wheelchair may not be able, to get access to our buses or the train for that matter. But aside from that, I believe dashboards technology can serve us very well, regardless of whether our state legislators decide to move forward with something or not. I think us as a community, we have an opportunity to share data, and that data can identify hotspots, and those hotspots can then maybe move us towards where it is that we need to put the best attention or efforts to reduce the possibility of our children or adults getting hurt. Education, I believe, is super important. I think collectively, if we all have a path where everyone is in agreement that, this will be Mobility Week, or this quarter we all will pitch the same message to the masses, I think that could be very important for all of us. Consistency in regulations. Again, we're very different. What works for the city of Orlando downtown may be much different than what is applied in the Lake Nona area. Using the Lake Nona area as an example, Narcoossee Road divides two, significant jurisdictions. And the adults and the kids that are traveling on those areas, when they cross over Narcoossee, now they're dealing with the regulations that the city may have put in place versus the regulations that the county put in place. I think it's important that when we do formulate best practices, that we work together to ensure that we don't confuse those individuals that are impacted the most by it, including our law enforcement officers who are having to then enforce something. And one officer may be telling a kid one thing on one side of a major road versus a deputy on the other side telling them something different.
That's Orlando Rolone, a former Orlando police chief, actually, who is speaking right now at this meeting and giving his 2 cents as they discuss what to do about e-bikes and kind of address e-bike safety. And one of the kind of common themes that we're hearing from several of these speakers is talking about consistency, not just in messaging, but also in regulations. And as we've talked about before, the state has looked at doing some things at the state level. The governor vetoed some of those initial regulations. So it's going to be interesting to see, too, if in the next legislative session, and also with a new governor, regardless of what happens this November, obviously because of Governor DeSantis terming out, going to be interesting to see if the state legislature kind of looks at tackling this again at a state level. In the meantime, obviously, it is certainly something that we know cities and counties are looking at, hence one reason for this discussion that is going on live right now in Orlando. Well, we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Give you another live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. You can see some of those storm clouds out there on the horizon over the ocean right now. No doubt getting darker on the other side of the camera that you can't see right now, as well as that those storms get closer to our Atlantic coastal counties, including Volusia County. We were talking about it just a little bit ago with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. We appreciate you joining us on this Thursday afternoon. We're now just a few days away from another big launch for NASA, talking about the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, something that is going to allow NASA, really give them a lot of new capabilities when it comes to capturing images out in space, something that the Hubble Space Telescope has been doing, but this is going to be even bigger and better. And Fox 35's Hayden Wiggs had the chance to speak with a NASA project scientist about this earlier today, about what this telescope is going to do for NASA and why it is such a big deal.
The Roman telescope, as you mentioned, is the same size as Hubble, so that's going to give it the same resolution as Hubble. But it's designed explicitly to be a wide field telescope. That means over a very wide area, 100 times the area of Hubble, it has an optical system that gives very sharp images over that whole area. So whereas with Hubble, we're looking at small areas of the sky, at individual galaxies or small systems of galaxies, we'll be able to look at much larger areas of the sky with Roman to start to do statistical studies of millions or even billions of galaxies and stars in a way that we've never been able to do before.
NASA has mentioned that Roman will be acting as a finding chart, or like you said, a wide-angle lens for the James Webb Space Telescope. How do you expect to target cross-referencing to work between Roman, the James Webb Telescope, and ground-based facilities once operations begin?
Oh, this is a great question. So one of the things that's interesting about Roman is it takes mostly infrared images, and to really understand systems that we see, we often want to have both infrared and visible images. That's the type of light that our eye sees. And we have a lot of telescopes on the ground that can take those visible images, like the Rubin telescope in Chile. And so Roman and Rubin are going to work together to look at the same areas of the sky, with Roman giving us that infrared vision that we can only get very well from space, and also the crystal sharp resolution that we need to be above the atmosphere to get. And both Roman and Rubin are going to take very wide images of the sky, huge swaths of the sky. And so one of the things that they'll do is they'll uncover unusual or strange objects that we haven't seen before. And those are the types of objects we want to follow up in more detail. And so we'll feed those objects into the James Webb Space Telescope, which is a larger space telescope and provides even more depth and resolution. And so Roman and Rubin can be the finding telescopes for these strange, unusual objects, and we'll follow them up to study them in great detail with Webb. So it's really a perfect combination.
And when you talk about these things that we haven't seen before, in addition to tracking how cosmic structures have evolved, what dark energy theories are you most excited or maybe even skeptical to test using these 3D maps?
Well, we've known about dark energy for about 30 years, and dark energy is the name we give to whatever is causing the accelerating expansion of the universe. The universe is expanding faster and faster over time. And for most of the last 30 years, we've thought that dark energy was sort of the simplest model, and we called it the cosmological constant. It wasn't changing over time. But last year, a couple of telescopes started to hint that dark energy itself may be changing over time. And if we want to study this in greater detail, Roman is really the perfect instrument to study this in greater detail. Because if something is changing over time, we want to look further back in time to see how it might have changed. And Roman is explicitly designed to look further back in time than other ground-based telescopes are. And so Roman is going to look further back in time with greater resolution and use multiple techniques to try to understand dark energy, which tells us about the expansion expansion of the universe. So Roman is really this dark energy discovery machine that's coming at just the right time as we see hints of a time-evolving dark energy that me and some of my colleagues are very excited to explore.
Really cool stuff there. Going to be exciting to see that upcoming launch. Again, slated just a few days out now. So we will be watching that closely and can't wait to see some of those first images come in from that new space telescope as well. Well, we are out of time here on Florida Live. We appreciate you joining us today. A lot of things we're continuing to track as we get ready to start a new hour, because our live streaming news coverage does continue next on our digital platforms, Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook. So if you're watching us that way, just sit tight. We'll have much more coming up in just a minute. If you are joining us here on the TV side, we appreciate you tuning in today, and we will see you next time. As we wrap up, let me give you a live look right now, Daytona Beach. I can see not many people out on the beach right now. It's probably a good thing. Have a good evening.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. Earlier this morning, I had the pleasure of speaking with David and Ashley Eckstein. David being the former World Series MVP with the St. Louis Cardinals, and Ashley, a voice actress and fashion designer with Her Universe, talking about their upcoming His and Hers book release. Ashley will be releasing Lucky 22, a contemporary romance fiction novel that draws from real-life inspiration from her and David's romance. Meanwhile, David will be releasing Just Enough, a memoir about his life, both within baseball and outside of baseball. So I'd love to take you into that interview. It was a lot of fun. So this is two distinct complementary projects together. Ashley, your fiction romance novel, if you want to show off this beautiful cover here, Lucky 22, co-written with Samantha Chase. Look at those beautiful spine sprayed edges. So gorgeous. And David, your memoir, Just Enough.
Yes.
Another stunning cover here, looks just like a Sports Illustrated cover. And the sprayed edges look just like an autograph. So it's like everyone has their own signed book.
Yes.
I think that is incredible. And yours is co-written with Jake Gronsky.
Yes.
So how did you two decide to publish these as tandem His and Hers set rather than separate releases?
Well, okay, it started out as a crazy idea, but you know what? You don't get if you don't ask. And so what happened was his book has been in the works for 15 years. You know, from the day he retired, I told him, I said, David, you have to share your story. And, you know, you had never shared it.
Most of the stories I have within the book, yes, I have not told the full details of what actually happened, the roller coasters of how I actually eventually was able to even make it. And so it's something that, you know, a lot of fans have always asked, like, oh, how did this little kid, you know, no power, no speed, and make it to the big leagues? And so basically, I go in depth into stories that throughout when I was young, a mentality that was built inside of me to fight and overcome any odds that was placed in front of me.
Yeah, everyone always said he was just enough, and they meant it as like a backhanded compliment, but you have to be just enough to win 2 World Series, an All-Star. So we owned the phrase just enough. So, but David and I, you know, we like to do everything together. And how we met and fell in love is a chapter in David's book. And I had a feeling people are going to want to know more, but it doesn't belong to be, you know, multiple chapters in his book. So I went to our publisher and I said, maybe this is crazy. And I said, but what if we take the chapter of how David and I met and turn it into a romance novel? Because our publisher is known for romance novels. And so it's closed door. It is very, wholesome. It's like Hallmark movie. But it's fictionalized, but it's about 90% true. So it's inspired by how we met and fell in love, and it is inspired by our true story.
I love that. And so let's talk a little bit, Ashley, about how Lucky 22 kind of draws inspiration from your real life story. A chance encounter at an MLB stadium led to this beautiful romance that is enduring today. That is incredible, by the way. How did it feel taking that real life foundation of your relationship and spinning it into a romance novel that you said is 90% true?
Yeah, well, it was a real collaboration with Samantha Chase. So Samantha Chase is a very accomplished romance author. 2 of her books have been turned into Hallmark movies. And so we didn't know each other, and we met for 2 days and we hit it off. And I just told her our whole story. And she said, this isn't necessarily going to be a traditional romance, but I love it. And so we actually fall in love and get married really early on in the book. And what you see is how our romance lasted, how our relationship lasted. We've been married now 20 years, and it's because we're a team. We put each other first. And so I show you behind the scenes of like the ups and the downs, the hard times, and how we continue to choose each other and show up for each other. So I don't know, it's not your traditional like romance where it takes a whole book and then they get married at the end and live happily ever after. No, we take you behind the scenes of like a long portion of our relationship.
And I think that's so unique because you're right. Most romance books kind of follow that formula of the meet cute, goes through the start of the relationship. Maybe there's a third act fallout. And then at the end, they finally get together. But I love that it focuses on the life after that. That's so unique.
Yes, I'm a big advocate for mental health. And, we talked a lot about what was the drama going to be. And because even though it's fiction, since it is based on our life, I didn't want to make stuff up and have people think like it was true. So I said, look, we have enough drama that we don't have to make it up. So I just shared with her everything that we went through. And I said, look, the drama is that I was breaking. Like, I didn't know if I could continue to have a career and be an actress and be a baseball wife, be there for my husband, travel all over. I mean, I was literally bursting at the seams. And we talk about loneliness. We talk about mental health. Like, it is all in there.
See, to me, as we talked a lot, I'm a reader, that is so appealing because, again, it's unique, it's honest, it's something that a lot of readers probably can relate to, especially those who love those types of novels.
I tried to make it very real and very authentic.
And I think it sounds like that's going to show in the pages. So I'm excited to read it. I'll be picking up a copy. Now, David, I want to talk a little bit about Just Enough.
Yes.
This year marks the 20th anniversary of your 2006 World Series MVP win. That's so exciting. Looking back while writing this book, what made this the right moment to share the story of your life, family challenges, resilience, all of that, not just within baseball, but beyond it as well?
Right. No, it was definitely a process, as Ashley said, in the sense of, when we were going to release this. And during the time that we were writing it was actually trying to find the right writer. That was probably the most difficult part. And it just happened to be Jake was actually a former minor leaguer for the St. Louis Cardinal. I was his favorite player. And what he got about my family was he knew my story. And when once we found out he knew my story, we brought him down here for like 2 weeks. He met the entire family. But in that process, my dad passed away. And when my dad passed away, it kind of put the book on hold a little bit because, some of the stuff early on in the book, it's very difficult for my mom to read because we go through a lot of the family struggles within the kidney disease and everything that we put in here. So that's when it put on. And it was actually Ashley goes, Mama, you need to pick up this book. We have the 20th anniversary coming up and we need to get this out. It's a perfect timing to be able to tell this story.
And I could see this story is going to help so many people. You do not have to know anything about baseball to be inspired by Just Enough. Baseball is just a part of it. It's about family. It's about faith, faith in yourself and believing that you are just enough in anything that you want to do. And so I said, you know what? This is how we're going to honor your dad. This is how we're going to honor the family. And it's the 20th anniversary of the Cardinals winning the World Series, and we got to release it.
And I think that's such a special way to honor all of those things you just mentioned. And you're right. People don't need to know about baseball to know the honest truth of being a human, being a person.
Yes.
And I think, yeah, absolutely. That sounds very relatable. I know that I've felt unmoored in life before. It's something that we all feel as humans, no matter what our career is. So I think there's going to be a lot for people to relate to within those pages. And Ashley, I wanted to kind of talk a little bit more about genres in fiction, because while yours is a memoir, yours is kind of rooted in that fictional world. And you spent years in sci-fi and fandom spaces with Star Wars and her universe. What was the experience like for you, kind of stepping into this contemporary romance world after world building in sci-fi for so long?
Well, it was really interesting because it was very personal. It is our life. And even though it's fiction, like I said, people are just going to assume that it's true. And so, I'm so used to playing an alien from outer space. And now it's like, oh my gosh, we're taking them inside, our home and telling these stories. But I loved it. Like I said, I'm a big advocate for mental health, and I've seen how we're all just human. We all just want to be seen. And as much as we can take the filter off and just be truthful and say, this is what it's really like, this is what's really going on, that's how we can connect with one another. And so I had fun. I had a lot of fun doing this. It'll be interesting because a lot of my fans are Star Wars fans and Disney fans. There's so many Star Wars and Disney Easter eggs in here, I can't even begin to tell you. And Star Wars fans, they're gonna know. They're gonna know. And especially, I take fans through me becoming the voice of Ahsoka Tano in Star Wars. That's all in here. And so I think Star Wars fans, whether they're into romance or not, they're gonna be like, oh my gosh, I'm so into this. I'm finding out stuff I never knew.
I mean, I'm a Star Wars fan who's into romance novels, so you're just listing off things that sound amazing to me. Now, we talked a little bit different genres, memoir, fiction, and David, you were working on your personal memoir. Yours, while being fiction, you said is still pretty personal. Did your writing processes ever cross paths with each other? Did you read an early draft of each other's work or talk a little bit about it? You're laughing.
So we worked together
on mine, and
you say your process with Jake.
Yes, my process with Jake was very hand in hand. Like, we went over every single chapter. I worked with him on basically every single thing that went into the book multiple times. There has been many drafts, and so until we got it right, and even pulling in my mom, my family, so that everything was right to the story, and then Ashley came in
after they were happy with it, and I read it, and I thought it was amazing, but I did have one big gripe, and I said, your mom does not have the big enough parts. I'm like, you are a success in equal parts because of your dad and your mom. And I said, you have your dad's discipline and your mom's discipline, but I said, you have your mom's heart. And I said, this book is missing your mom. And I said, you go back to the drawing board. And so we both worked on it. But also, I will say, Jake is a brilliant writer. This is actually his first book. But our parts about how we met and fell in love, I might have rewritten.
Yeah, someone took a little bit of control on that one.
That is so, I love that. I think that's so sweet. I really do. Oh my goodness. David, you mentioned a lot of the core values that kind of define your memoir. And what I want to know, Ashley, are these faith, timing, perseverance, do you guys feel that those values kind of bridge the books together, or they're present in both?
They're definitely present in both. That's one thing. We hit it off. It really was practically love at first sight. By the second date, we didn't tell each other, but we knew this was it. And we share the same values, which are very Disney. They're very, always having hope, always believing in yourself, believing in your dreams, having faith. And again, you know, we have, you know, Christian faith, but it's also faith in yourself. It doesn't matter what your faith is in. You just have to have faith in something. Faith in the universe, faith in whatever it is. Have that faith that the best is yet to come. That you can achieve your dreams, that even though today might be your worst day ever, tomorrow could be your best day ever. And that's how you played the game.
Right, and you never know. And I mean, one of the stories in the book, I was designated for assignment for the Boston Red Sox. At that time, it looked like it was devastating to me. Who would have known, like 5 years later, that was probably the greatest gift they could have given me. So that's like one of the stories in the book. So you just never know, and you always have to keep that hope and keep that faith in yourself and to keep going.
And is that what you hope that readers take away from reading these projects? Or are there other things that you hope people take away when they close that book? Is there anything that you want them to think or be left with, aside from what we just discussed?
You know, my mom is a part of Lucky 22. And when I first met David, this doesn't give too much away. He had an injury, and he had to go to Phoenix to their spring training facility to rehab his injury. And he was going to be gone for a month. And you know, when you're first starting a relationship, that could be detrimental. And he invited me to come visit him, but I'm like, this is crazy. I just met this guy, and I'm going to fly to another state. And my mom, who is kind of your typical Southern mama, I call her up and I'm crying, and I'm like, Mom, you know, he's leaving. And she goes, Ashley, you go get on that plane, because sometimes you got to go claim what's yours. And so that's a theme with mine, is sometimes you just have to go claim what's yours. And that could be the love of your life. That could be your dream. But why not you? Why not us? And so I did. I booked a flight, and I went, and I visited him in Phoenix, and it actually was a pivotal turning point in our relationship. But I owe it to my mom. So go claim what's yours.
Yeah.
I think that is an amazing sentiment. Well, so you guys are going on a tour. You have at the Writer's Block coming up soon, an event. Do you want to tell our viewers about that? I know you mentioned it on Good Day Orlando, but we have some new viewers here if you want to share that information with them as well.
Thank you. Well, so September 8th is the day that the books launch. Both books, you can pre-order them now, or you can get them where books are sold starting September 8th. But of course, we had to launch the books in our hometown. So we teamed up with the Writer's Block bookstore in Winter Park, and we're having an event at the Orlando Family Stage. But you do have to get a ticket. So tickets are still available. They're in the bios of our Instagram. And I think probably here on mine, but you can get tickets, and it's wonderful. A conversation is going to be moderated by our very own John Brown, and then all books will be signed, and we're going to be doing a meet and greet and photo op with fans.
What an enjoyable conversation this morning with David and Ashley Eckstein. Again, those books will be available on September 8th. We're about to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but I want to take you here to where Air Force One is about to take off for Texas. President Trump is traveling to headline a Republican National Committee fundraiser in Houston supporting GOP Senate nominee Ken Paxton. So that is where President Trump is headed right now. We'll be right back right here on Fox 35 News Plus.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. I want to take you live here to a courtroom in Las Vegas where the trial of Dwayne Kepi D. Davis, who is being accused of orchestrating the 1996 killing of Tupac Shakur, is marking its 9th day of the trial. The defense was officially scheduled to begin presenting its case today, and it looks like we are hearing some expert testimony. Let's listen in.
You indicated that you were mainly at the guard gate.
Yes.
And you saw a sequencing of events that occurred at the guard gate.
Yes.
At some point after the homicide, did somebody direct you to write your report?
Yes.
And during the course of that, did you know first of all, who directed you?
I believe it was my lieutenant at the time.
Your lieutenant said, hey, we should document this.
Yes.
And one of the things you documented was not only that you were there, but that the guard gate security detail was called Allied Security, and that they maintained a log of the vehicles that went in and out.
I believe that's correct.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Sam?
Yes, Mr. Hyde, just one final thing. When you're doing this kind of work, it's for additional hours, right?
Yes.
What were you wearing on that particular night?
Uniform.
And is that always the case?
Yes.
So even if you're, like, say, not at Suge Knight's residence, but say at some other club area in the parking lot, you'd still be wearing your
Yes.
uniform? Okay. No further questions, John.
There are different bureaus that can get assigned different things. I was uniformed, so I was always uniformed. There may be detectives or others that would respond differently, but my assignments were I was uniformed, so I was always in uniform.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
1 second.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We have some.
So it looks like the attorneys there are having conference there at the bench. We were just hearing expert testimony in the trial of the 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur. Dwayne Kepi D. Davis is the one on trial, being accused of orchestrating that infamous murder. We just heard from Stan Hyde, who worked with the Las Vegas PD at the time of the murder. We're going to take you back in here to an e-bike conference, the inaugural meeting of the Central Florida Micro-Mobility Safety Initiative, hosting a regional roundtable at Lynx in Orlando. This was launched in response to a growing number of safety concerns involving e-bikes, e-scooters, and other micro-mobility devices. Let's listen in.
The longer we wait, the longer we wait is the longer we wait. Let's get something done sooner than later and have it holistically done in a multitude of fashion so that we can actually get something done and all the things that we talked about, Chairman. I know that this is one of the things that we've been talking about over the past year. It's not going to go away. It's just going to get bigger. And we have to do something statewide. We have to do something locally. And I hope that we do it regionally, not locally, because people don't know where the cities start and where the counties start or end, who has which jurisdiction, what side of the road. You know, is it the north side of McCulloch? Is it Seminole, or is it south side Orange? And where is the gray? And I thank you all. I think you all doing a phenomenal job. And I think that we need to help you all come together and put this task force together to look at those two dates, which is November 17th, March 2nd. But at the same token, bring in the state through DOT and our legislators and our senators to actually get something done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I just want to take a second to commend you for putting this together. I think this is incredibly important, and this was a big task, and I want to thank Metro Plan for bringing everybody to the table. It's something that you excel at, and just by the different entities that are represented here today, I'm just so very impressed that each and every one of you took from your busy schedules to be here to discuss this, because unfortunately, not every entity that should have been at the table showed up to the table. So thank you all for that. I don't want to reiterate everything that was said. I have a long list here of laundry items and kind of some that I thought of myself. I mean, is there a way to, I think somebody said about registering the vehicles and identifying it. I think there should be a way to easily, especially for law enforcement, to identify the type of vehicle it is. And if it is a regular e-bike, e-scooter, or is it one of these e-motorbikes? I think that's so important. But what I would like to see as policymakers, right, that's why we asked to go last, is I'd like to see, I think the Commissioner Delari's recommendation of a task force is great. I would like to see kind of a laundry list put together as a resolution form, perhaps to come back to Metro Plan for each of our areas, our localities, to be able to adopt. So it would be great if we come up with a resolution and where we're going to not only put local enforcement on these e-mobilities, but also, again, lobby the state. I do really believe that this needs to be a statewide initiative so that it could be easily be enforced by all law enforcement. So I think it's a two-pronged thing. Of course, bring everybody to the table. I think school districts are incredibly important for those children, but it's also an adult issue. And I so appreciated the hospitals being here and the doctors being here and telling us their insight, because I think it's much worse than I even realize in terms of injuries. So I would love to see, Madam Chair, a resolution come forward to one for the local counties and cities, municipalities to be able to spread uniform, adopt uniform policies, but also another for us to encourage our state legislatures to go ahead and pass a similar type of ordinance, because I know that we were all looking forward to having that passed, and for whatever reason, it did not go through. So that is my takeaway from this. But great job, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I reflect and agree with so many of the, I would say, opinions, but also contributions and observations. I think the part that I want to make sure to reiterate here about this is it is a work session, which means that we're sort of doing a brain dump here, which is why I'm so grateful to see the contributions from the wide variety of participants today. And I want to, from my perspective, tell you that I think one of the things we didn't hear a lot about that I will continue to try to pursue in research and relying on expertise of staff is design. You travel to other places and they actually identify entire lanes for nothing.
Pretty interesting developments there in the inaugural meeting of the Central Florida Micromobility Safety Initiative Regional Roundtable there at Lynx Orlando. Well, we are about out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you this beautiful shot here of downtown Orlando. We talked a little bit about storms kind of rolling in during the evening commute here during our weather coverage. So as you make your way home tonight, do be safe, turn on those headlights, and make sure you're paying attention to the road. We're going to hand things off to our Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologists. Have a good night.